Very good morning, all of you, sir and madam.
सर नमस्कार.
नमस्कार.
सर नमस्ते.
नमस्ते.
नमस्कार
सर.
सर. नमस्कार सर. Good morning, ma'am.
प्रणाम सर. प्रणाम.
प्रणाम.
प्रणाम सर आपको. गुड मॉर्निंग सर.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, madam.
Success is not key to happiness. Happiness is the key to success. And very
Thank you,
good
sir.
morning, everyone. And very good morning, all of you, Honorable Chief Guest, Vice Chancellor, Principals, Professors, and dignitaries, and respectable participant. A very warm welcome to all at our one-day National Conference on Multidisciplinary Research in Tribal Development in India Policy and Programs. आप सभी को इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में स्वागत है और आज के इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मुख्यतः जो स्पीकर्स हैं उनको एक बार मैं सूचना दे देता हूं. स्पीकर ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी ऑफ कॉन्फ्रेंस डॉक्टर दिव्या मैडम. स्पीच ऑफ चीफ गेस्ट एंड स्पीकर प्रोफेसर SM पटनायक सर. स्पीच ऑफ गेस्ट एंड स्पीकर विक्रांत सिंह कुमरे सर. स्पीच इन चीफ गेस्ट डॉक्टर मोहनलाल कोरी सर. स्पीच ऑफ की नोट स्पीकर प्रोफेसर देवेंद्र कुमार बिस्वाल सर. स्पीच ऑफ की नोट स्पीकर प्रोफेसर पूरनलाल यादव सर. एंड स्पीच ऑफ स्पीकर डॉक्टर विश्वकर्मा सर. सभी स्पीकर्स एंड ऑल डिग्निटरीज को मेरे तरफ से सादर प्रणाम और आभार व्यक्त करूंगा इस खुशनुमा मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी रिसर्च इन ट्राइबल प्रोग्रेस डिपार्टमेंट ट्राइबल डेवलपमेंट इन इंडिया पॉलिसी एंड प्रोग्राम्स. इसी के साथ आज हम लोग शुरू करते हैं और आज के अगर हम बात कर लें ट्राइबल्स की, तो अकॉर्डिंग टू Imperial Gazetteer of India, or tribal is collection of families sharing a common name, speaking a common dialect, and occupy or professing to occupy a common territory. India is known as the melting pot of tribes and races. After Africa, India has the second largest concentration of tribal population in the world as per the 2011 census. The tribal population about 8.9% of the total population in India. Different nomenclature for the tribal in India. आदिवासी, शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइब्स, जो कि इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के आर्टिकल 342 एंड आर्टिकल 366 में मेंशन्ड है. द एसेंशियल कैरेक्टर ऑफ द कम्युनिटीज: primitive trait, geographical isolation, distinct culture, shy of contact with the community at large, economically backward. How are the tribal different from the mainstream society? Cultural practices, economical practices, social organization, relationship to land, contribution of tribal community in India, environmental conservation, economic contribution, indigenous traditional knowledge and political representations. कहा जाता है कि जल, जमीन, जंगल और जनजाति ये हमारे यूनिवर्स के और हमारे इस लिथोस्फेरिक पार्ट के एक मेन कंपोनेंट है. इसलिए हमें एक सौहार्दता के साथ इसको आगे बढ़ाना है. इसी क्रम में आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं स्पीच ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी कॉन्फ्रेंस डॉक्टर दिव्या मैडम को आमंत्रित करता हूं और उनके स्पीच से हम सभी कृतार्थ होंगे. Welcome to Dr. Divya Madam, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for a very generous introduction about this conference, Professor Vinay Singh, sir. And we have here very esteemed institution representatives, including vice chancellors and other educational, administrative, and academicians, researchers, student participants are gathered here. I'm very glad to be part of this one-day national conference about the tribal aspect. Myself, Dr. Divya. I'm representing from Central Tribal University of Andhra Pradesh, and I'm an academician in the Department of Tribal Studies. So let me try to connect with the PowerPoint presentation, sir. Can I connect it?
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Please allow to share your screen. Any?
Okay.
Yeah.
जी ma'am.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Fine. Yes. Okay. Hope it is coming. Does it visible?
Okay, ma'am. PPT visual, ma'am.
Right. Hope it will be all right. Does it appear, sir?
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, fine. So today I'm going to discuss about the rethinking policies and programs for sustainable tribal development in India. We all will be thinking about not only the researchers or academicians, all these policies and constitutional safeguards, where all these kind of benefits are going, why it is not reaching into the tribal aspect, or why it is not contributing to the life of tribes in Indian society. So hardly I got 10 minutes, so we will be discussing the basic things related to that. I am not going to the basic information related to tribe or the classification in different states of India, because Sar has already mentioned about that. So there are different zones, are the tribal centric zones, and looking into the tribal policies and schemes, we can find out that a number of committees and commissions has been appeared or designed and developed in the context of Indian society, starting from 1953, like Kelkar Commission. Then Warrior has been one of the tribal anthropological expert, and the Lokur committee was there, Bhagwan Sahai committee was there, and there are we can find out that in 2013 Khaka committee, we considered that Virginius Khakas were one of the pioneer in the subject of tribal studies. So being as part of an academician in the subject of tribal studies, in my department, I have the number of students from the tribal centric zones of Andhra Pradesh, coming from Saluru, Paderu, Araku Valley, and Parvatipuram Manyam region, and now the district has been named as Alluri Sidaram Raju district in Andhra Pradesh. So certain kind of, as per the policies and program, certain kind of changes are appearing in the mainstream society, certain kind of research and kind of things are going on. So one thing I am trying to recollect, when we develop or design certain kind of policies about tribes, Wayanadu is one of the most tribal populated area in Kerala. I belongs to the state of Kerala. So the Kerala's GDP in the life of every individual, if we calculate, it is quite high, the GDP. Similar like Pondicherry regions. So we can find out that the tribal districts in the regions of Kerala, their development kind of aspect, GDP kind of ratio, the economic development, still it is very high. So in one state, they are highly developed all kind of infrastructure facilities, education, literacy, health, most of the aspect, their indicators are high, but when it comes to the tribal development kind of aspects, like tribal areas, there we can find out the development aspect or indicators are quite down. And when the government of Kerala has been given certain kind of electrified kind of houses quite long back, electrified kind of houses, yeah, the response from tribes was like one thing, what is the need of a tribal community? The need assessment has to be done, but government was failed to conduct a kind of need assessment survey among the tribes. What exactly they required? Do they want some kind of livelihood support, or they want some kind of road and transportation electrification kind of things? So when the policy makers, when they sit in the a kind of AC rooms, they may not be able to understand what is the ground reality, what exactly happening in the tribal villages and areas. So many of the tribal policies and schemes, we can find out that it is not at all reaching up to the mark. It is not at all reaching into the in the real life of tribes. So that benefit is maybe somewhere in the middle. It is still stucking. So if we calculate how many crores of rupees as part of the policy we have been implemented to different states of India, crores of rupees might have been sent. So as an academician and as a researcher, I would like to suggest that there is a need of changes in the implementation policy. There is a need of methodological aspects, changes in the methodological aspect that should be more community oriented. Community intervention and community participation should highly necessary in this all kind of government schemes and policies. Otherwise, it will not reach into the proper handoff or the needy hands, the tribes. And yes, there are policies related to land, policies related to prevention of atrocities against tribes. Tribal subplans are there. And then policies and schemes for the PVTGs are there. Farmers, their education and employment related schemes are there. But our approach should be tribal centric and community centric approach should be developed. And after all, when we speak all this kind of strategic kind of manner, our attitudes and values that we are carrying, the kind of unconditional humanitarian values should reach into the life of tribes. That's what ultimately I want to say, that regarding tribal kind of development aspect, a kind of unconditional humanitarian values from the administration, from the research point of view, from the academic point of view, we have to consider it. So while coming to other aspect, there is a need for call for action. Learn from tribal values and philosophy. Tribes are most a powerful social community. Maybe while looking from a hierarchical point of view, social class, caste kind of differentiation, general people may not be able to understand. But yes, we academicians and researchers and policy makers has to learn the tribal values, and their philosophy has to be followed and implemented in our own common life. And there should be a kind of highest concern towards tribal health and education, because most of the adolescent children, they were undergoing this kind of educational healthcare kind of issues. So the policies should be strengthened in this kind of aspect. And looking into the most of the tribal related movements, conflict zones are there, like Manipur and other kind of areas. There are many social and political kind of climate is not suitable to tribal life. So regarding land rights and forest conservation, some more FRA is existing. 2005 it has been implemented, but still there is a need of kind of friendly environment regarding the land rights and forest conservation and empowerment through skill development. There is a very good resources. Manpowers are there in the tribal area, but still, if we visit a kind of bank, imagine that we are entering into a bank. Can we find any tribal staff inside this bank, any SBI or any Canara Bank or any Central Bank of India? Still, their manpower is not reached into the mainstream occupation or mainstream work areas. So there is a gap or there is a lacune and inclusive governance. Okay. We will be telling that Panchayati Raj, Grama Sabha, all these things are there. But still, when it comes to the election and all kind of process, a kind of inclusion or participation is still lacking regarding the political representation of tribes and technology and connectivity, women empowerment. There are many other kind of aspects. Still, there is a lacune. So I would like to say that in conclusion, the imperative for tribal development stand as a poignant call to action, echoing the need for comprehensive and sustained efforts to uplift these marginalized communities. Yes, our approach need to be changed towards the tribal communities, and they are undergoing many system related. The system itself, the society itself is having certain kind of discriminatory practices and disparities has been existing. So we have a collective responsibility. Now we have gathered here academicians and administrative officers and researchers, student representatives, community workers. So in this seminar, from my point of understanding, many participants are coming from different aspects. So we all have a kind of responsibility to work for or stand for or stand with tribes. So we advocate for a equitable education, healthcare, economic opportunities, and preservation of cultural heritage. And we must also recognize the importance of inclusive governance and empowerment strategies. So it's a time to change our strategies and our approach and our policies related to tribe that need to make it more participatory. The tribal representation and tribal ideologies and tribal thoughts should be included in the policies. So this is what I am rethinking about the existing policies and government schemes about tribes, and miles to go related to so many changes need to be included, and we need to make it more egalitarian and democratic manner. With this, I am concluding, and I hope many participants are going to present in this conference, and hope all will be underlying your findings and your analysis with the theoretical support and methodological clarification, and looking into the research and publication aspect of tribes. There are n number of information like customary laws and indigenous knowledge system, then ethnological aspect. There is a need of intensive field work, intensive ethnographic studies and research in the areas of tribal related research. So our university is taking a kind of vision as well as the mission to include many tribal centric activities, and as you know very well that this now November 15th onwards, November 15th to 26th, then their educational higher institutions are observing Janjatiya Gaurav Divas. November 15th is onwards is observing Janjatiya Gaurav. This is also known as National Tribal Pride Day, honoring and acknowledging the tribal contribution to the freedom fight movement, to the national development. So I hope all of your institution will be observing all this kind of national days with honor and pride. So with this, I'm concluding this keynote address. If any queries you can ask, and wish you all the best for this conference as well as the participants also.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Very nice presentation, ma'am.
Thank you.
नो डाउट आज के डेट में अगर गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव शेड्यूल्स फॉर टाइप शेड्यूल्स का अगर बात करें तो गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा भी बहुत सारी प्लानिंग चलाया गया है, जैसे ट्राइफेड की बात करें, डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग ऑफ ट्राइबल स्कूल्स की बात करें, प्रधानमंत्री वन धन योजना भी चलाया गया। नो डाउट इन इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में थोड़ी सी लैकनेस आ रही है, अदरवाइज उसको सरकार बहुत तेजी से इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के तरफ भी अग्रसर है। और इसी के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम, वेरी डीप नॉलेज एंड वेरी गुड नाइस प्रेजेंटेशन मैम, थैंक यू सो मच मैम।
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
जी, थैंक यू सो मच। I will call you, sir, speech of Chief Guest and Speaker, Professor S.M. Patnaik, sir, former Vice Chancellor, Utkal University, Odisha, and Department of Anthropology and Director, Center for Tribal Studies, University of Delhi. Welcome, sir. Thank you
Good
so much.
morning.
Good morning, sir.
Adarniya Vinay ji, convener of the conference, Madam Dibya Garu, the organizing secretary, Mr. Kumre, senior advocate, Supreme Court, Professor Mohanlal Kori, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kanti Surya Tantia Bhil University, Professor Devendra Vishwal, head of the department, Anthropology, Utkal University, Professor Yadav, head Sociology, Mohanlal Sukhadia University, and Dr. Vishwakarma, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely thankful to the organizers for inviting me as one of the speakers among such august gathering. And it is also very, very interesting to listen to two of my predecessors. And I have been asked or given 15 minutes, and within which I try to raise 5 points. 5 बिंदु पे मैं अपनी प्रस्ताव रखूंगा। पहला प्रस्ताव है कि जिस सोच के साथ हम विकास को समझते हैं, the way we understand development, is that adequate enough? Or there is a need to reorient the concept of development as far as the tribal societies or tribal communities are concerned? The second point, I would like to go a little bit into history and try to find out what has been the Indian experience of studying the tribes. We have been changing our approaches from one to another and from the second one to a third one. That will be my second point of discussion. What is the philosophy of tribal policies? The third point I would discuss that how India poses a great diversity, not only to ourselves, but also to the rest of the world. And as Vinayji had rightly said, that this is the second after Africa in terms of the tribal diversity. The fourth point I would briefly touch upon how the nation state of India is dealing the tribal question. And finally, what message the tribal communities they hold for the mainstream. So without wasting time, let me come to the point number 1. I would like to argue here that most of the field of development is primarily dominated by statistical indicators. And the statistical indicators can tell us the story. The numbers can tell us a story. I don't disagree with it. But they really conceal a very important aspect of society. Development indicators like GDP, GNP, per capita income, growth rate, other indicators may go up for a district, but it may go up only in an urban area. It may not go up in the communities, in the marginal areas, in the downtrodden, in the rural areas. And therefore, such statistical indicators may be misleading. They are needed for public policy. I have also been dealing with the numbers. We have to deal with the numbers in higher educations. But at the same time, let us not put a blind eye to the qualitative indicators of development. And some of the qualitative indicators of development, as all of us know, that the quality of life, the standard of living. And I think we began with the phrase, happy life. I mean, we are developed if we are happy. If we have lot of bank balance but still unhappy, that's not the kind of development which you are talking of. And therefore, rethinking the development is very much needed, and especially when we are discussing about the tribal development. And the argument is the tribal development has to be supplemented with the other qualitative indicators along with the big data, along with the statistical data, because the big data and statistical data are useful for the public policy makers, but the public policy makers should also not put a blind eye to the qualitative data, because this is the qualitative aspect of human life and qualitative aspect of community life, which we are discussing. I will return to this towards end of my lecture. But the second point, which I would like to highlight, that Indian experience of dealing with the question of tribes. And we have seen three important shifts, three important paradigms as far as the philosophical positioning of the public policy is concerned. It begins from 1935 Government of India Act, British government. 1935 Government of India Act clearly isolates or clearly identifies partially excluded or excluded areas in Bastar, in Andaman and Nicobar Island, in some parts of the northeastern, and they have clearly demarcated that these are the areas where the outsiders like moneylenders, businessmen, local traders, they cannot enter, because outsiders had been exploiting the tribals. But this experiment did not go well with the larger public. It was criticized, and this experiment was by Verrier Elwin to begin with. Verrier Elwin, in his book on the Baigas, of course, which came out in 1936, 1 year after the Government of India Act, but Elwin was experimenting with this idea in form of various articles, in form of various speeches, and he was connected to the Government of India Act 1935, and his inputs were taken very, very seriously. And that is how the point which came up was creating some kind of tribal reserves, creating some kind of reserve areas for the tribals where outsiders were not allowed. But this was extremely criticized by one of the famous social workers from Western India, Thakkar Bapa, A.B. Thakkar. And as you all know, Thakkar Bapa promoted the idea of assimilation, that tribes have not been, or tribes will not be benefited if we keep them away from the mainstream, or if we keep them away from the civilizational context. And therefore, that was a social worker's approach. The tribes should be assimilated, tribes should be connected. But again, the second approach was criticized because the second approach could not understand the tribes in their own right. It started leveling the tribal customs, traditions as superstitious, as value loaded, as some kind which should be eroded, and therefore there was the problem. The problem with the second approach was they were unable to understand the essence of tribal life. And I will address this question towards the end of my lecture. What is the essence of tribal life, which we have been missing out so far? So the second approach was criticized because it never had the access to the inner world of the tribals. And that was the first approach was known as isolation approach. The second approach was known as assimilation approach. And when both these approaches were not accepted by the Indian intelligentsia, a third approach emerged. And the third approach was best known as integration approach. The tribals should be integrated with the rest of the nation, or integrated with the mainstream of the nation. And this came up in the writing of, again, Verrier Elwin, along with the first Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the tribal Panchsheel and the integration approach, which came up, which mainly argued that let's not assimilate the tribes completely into our civilizational or completely into our national life. Let the tribes maintain their identity, their dignity, their rights, their customs, but at the same time, let them also take the advantage, or let them become the right holders of the development. Let them make adequate stake on their own rights and also on the developmental measures. So the third approach, which we say is an integrated approach, or the approach of integration, is somewhat we are still continuing with, allowing any community to maintain its identity, either tribal or non-tribal, but at the same time establishing a meaningful link with the rest of the communities. And having said this, I would also raise the the point which will connect us to the third point of our speech, that whether the Indian tribes, they are the same as the tribes in Africa, tribes in Australia, or tribes in Latin America, or they are different. And this takes us to the question, the third point takes us to the question that what has been the approaches to the study of tribes. Mainly anthropologists have been studying tribes in their various capacity. No doubt other disciplinary scholars are also studying, but anthropology were one of the first ones to begin with the study of tribal communities since 18th century. Now, initially, we find that most of the Western scholars, I will take the names of few like Emil Durkheim, L.H. Morgan, Mutton Fried, whenever, or Marshall Shahlin, whenever they study a tribal community, whenever they try to define the tribal community, I was very happy when our convener of the conference was referring to imperial census and also referring to other documents, how the tribals have been defined. So when you read the literature of Durkheim, L.H. Morgan, Mutton Fried, Marshall Shahlin, you find that the idea of evolution, the idea of vikas, some kind of, as if they're gradually improving. This is how they were defined. Like I would quote L.H. Morgan's definition of tribe. The tribes refer to a completely organized society having within its boundary all the resources that are needed for the existence of a particular mode of life. I repeat, tribes refer to a completely organized society having within its boundary all the resources that are needed for a particular mode of collective existence. This is Morgan's definition. Shahlin said that tribes, they move through various evolutionary sequences. The first sequence would be hunters and gatherers, the foragers. And then foragers moved, they became the pastoralist. And pastoralist became the horticulturalist. Horticulturalist became the shifting cultivation. And from shifting cultivation came up the settled cultivation. So when you classify the societies in this angle, you are conveying the idea that they are moving stages after stages, from one stage to another stage. And that is the evolutionary approach. Evolutionary approach believes that it is putting its emphasis on the principle of succession, one after another. But in Indian context, you find that tribes have always lived along with the civilization. Look at the Bhils. The Bhils trace their ancestry from Eklavya, Mahabharata. And Bhils have been fighting as a part of Rana Pratap's army. So Bhils have Puranic evidence, Bhils have historical evidence of staying connectedness with the nature, with the mainstream. Similarly, you find that the Idu Mishmi of Arunachal Pradesh, they claim that they have descended from the family of goddesses Rukmini. And Lord Krishna, when Lord Krishna was eloping with goddesses Rukmini, these Idu men fought. And Krishna thought to, after defeating them, Krishna cut the hair in front of their forehead. And that is how you will find most of the modern Idu men, they have a hair fall on their forehead, just like the sadhana cut of Bollywood in 1960s. No, tribal societies have been intricately connected. They have been well connected with the civilization. There are many such examples, and therefore the conclusion here is, for the point number 3, the conclusion is that tribes in India are different from the tribes in Australia or Africa, because in Australia or Africa or in Latin America, civilization went from outside. The colonizers carried the civilization to the alien land. They carried it to Australia, they carried it to Africa, they carried it to Latin America. But in India, when the colonizers came, they found civilization already existing here. Tribes have been a part and parcel of, integral part and parcel of the civilization. And therefore, most of the scholars like Andre Bete, Nirmal Kumar Bose, Shyama Charan Dubey, and Sarat Chandra Roy, all of them have believed that a historical approach to understand the tribal communities, which we call as a civilizational approach to understand tribal communities, should be the main criteria or should be the main approach to understand the tribal questions. And that makes us different. And that is why India has not been a signatory to the UN Declaration of Indigenous Communities, because if rest of the world has performed great atrocities on the indigenous communities, Indian civilization has always coexisted. So if an evolutionary approach emphasizes on the principle of succession, historical approach or civilizational approach emphasizes on the principle of coexistence. And that is what is essential in case of the unique approach to study the tribe. Fourth point. Now, nation state, Bharat or India, has done tremendous policies for the tribes of India. I'll quickly talk about just three important policies. One is Indian Constitution. Our Honorable Senior Advocate Supreme Court is here. He would also agree that the whole idea of fifth schedule and sixth schedule is in the interest of the greater tribal community. There is a danger. The fifth schedule is applicable for the central India and sixth schedule is applicable for the northeast India. And the essence of these schedules are that if a majoritarian state where the tribes are minority, if a majoritarian non-tribal state pass certain resolution, certain acts, certain law, which is against the tribal interest, the governor is empowered to declare it as null and void. And they are the constitutional protections which the scheduled tribes, the scheduled areas, they enjoy. And we have also seen that how PESA, Panchayat extension to the scheduled areas, and the 2006 Forest Right Acts, they have given some power to the tribal communities for protecting their cultural heritage, for protecting their natural heritage, and protecting their rights. So Panchayat extension to scheduled area clearly tells that the decisions taken by the Gram Sabha has a legal mandate, and Supreme Court of India came up with empowering the tribes of Niyamgiri Kandhamal of Odisha, that the mining corporations' encroachment on their sacred hill, sacred mountain is ultra wise, and that they cannot do it. And forest right also gives the adequate recognition of the forest dwellers. So finally, the last point with which I'll conclude, that what has been the essence of tribal life and how the tribes give us or give the non-tribals a message. Now, if you look very closely, that there is a distinction between what is called as a modern way of living and what is called as a tribal way of living. Now, this modernity is a mistaken modernity, because in modern society, we control the environment. We try to win over the environment through air conditioning rooms, through well-built houses, well-built roads, thereby, many times causing great disaster in the mountainous terrains and others due to unmindful infrastructure. Now, this is the repercussions of the modernity or a mistaken modernity. But if you talk to the tribals are so embedded with nature, they are so much contained in the nature. In one of the cases, I was doing a field work on Indo-Nepal border. A member from Chepang community told me that the difference between the tribes and the non-tribes is the non-tribes try to control the nature and the tribals try to discover the rhythm of the nature, and they flow with the nature. And that is something which is the greater message, that they think that as a tribe, we don't own the nature owns us. And that is what most of the social scientists talk when they talk about the theory of embodiment or the theory of embeddedness. And that is called a responsible way of living on this planet. And that message comes loud and clear from none other than the indigenous and the tribal communities. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, and fabulous presentation, sir. There are 5 category evolution of the other things of the tribal development. No doubt, sir, आपके स्पीच और वो हम लोगों के लिए, खासकर हमारी वाली जनरेशन के लिए काफी यूजफुल और मोटिवेटिंग है सर। जिस तरीके से लास्ट में आपने बताया कि जो ट्राइबल और नॉन ट्राइबल में जो अंतर है कि एक एक्सप्लोर करना और एक डिस्ट्रक्शन करना, नो डाउट सर ये काफी हर भारतीय और ट्राइबल्स और नॉन ट्राइबल्स के बीच में एक जो दूरियां हैं उसको कम करने के लिए सबको अथक प्रयास करनी चाहिए सर। थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू सो मच सर। And other speech of the guest speaker, Vikrant Singh Kumre sir, Advocate, Supreme Court of India, Legal Advisor, Janjatiya Prakost, Governor House, Bhopal, Jila Sampark Pramukh, Bhopal, Banvasi Kalyan Ashram. Vikrant Singh Kumre sir, present sir.
Yes, of course.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good
Thank you,
afternoon,
sir.
sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I, Vikrant Singh Kumre, had the distinct pleasure in joining the panel of such esteemed, well-read, and academicians, experts, intellectuals. I am highly honored that the organizers chose me as one of the speakers amongst all these august gathering. Thank you very much. Now, the topic here, what we are discussing is the tribal development in a sustainable way, which may seem to be very monochromatic and monotonous, or to put it simply, boring to many people. But let me assure you that no part of my speech or presentation would be bookish or one-sided. Before we even start to peel the layers of the onion, hello, it is an event which marks the advent of something new, or it is some sort of golden benchmark set by self-proclaimed developed population or some Forbes magazine enlisted developed countries. Right? Is development a thing, a single piece of entity, tangible, intangible, worthy of possessing as an asset, who strive for it, or which once achieved is bound to stay the way it was achieved, having the effect of philosopher's stone, like touching and making everything golden? The answer to all the questions, I think, is no, because development is an organic process. As my predecessor speaker, Shri Patnaik ji, already said, it's a constant strive by which a long-term or short-sighted, small or big goals are achieved, having diverse objectives on mind. But here now, when we try to see and understand development in terms of tribal community, we will get to know that today's idea of development in the name of sustainable development, gender equality, optimum use of natural resources, like Shri Patnaik ji already mentioned, natural resources, kinship, community living were always a way of life in tribal communities. You know, this was a natural, normal way of tribal living, which the world is striving for, which the international summits, conferences, and meetings and resolutions are being passed. on a lot of topics like on climate change or workshops on sustainable development and things like that. We, the tribal community, never have to hold workshops to evolve or gain such kind of things, such kind of skills or methodologies to preserve nature and to sensitize people about important issues like I mentioned, gender equality and things. In fact, tribal already know that in the olden days. We Indians know that from the olden days. All the Raja Maharajas, if we go by the Puranas, as Sri Patnaik ji mentioned, the event of Mahabharat. So I would mention the Puranas, the olden our philosophical texts, that the Rajas, the Maharajas, they used to send their young princes to gather, uh, the lessons of life, warships, state administrations, and all, hmm, to great sages who used to live where? They used to live in deep jungles, deep inside the forests. The first lesson of self-governance, sustainable development can be drawn from the routinal life of any normal household of tribal community. The forest culture of which the whole world now speaks so vocally was our culture, which was the birthplace of our Vedas, Puranas, Aranyakas, and so many ancient scriptures and Indian philosophy. It can be our way of viewing, influenced by our westernized thoughts of development and modernization, which make us think that living in a pakka makan, like my predecessor said, of the pakka makan made of concrete is a sign of prosperity and progress. But for many tribal brothers, it is not so. As a matter of choice, they prefer to live in homes made of mitti, garu, bhusa, and that gobar ka leaf, everything, because it's a perfect example of symbiotic coexistence of human and other creatures and maximum utilization of naturally available resources with minimum exploitation of natural reservoir and carbon footprinting, which the international forums, UNO, and uh, many forums like that have been discussing about. Many protocols have been made for that. Now, the question which is natural to arise after such a discussion is that if we are so content with our way of living to the extent of calling it developed, why do we see unprecedented activism to preserve tribal communities culture, or why does the government is allocating budgets of hundreds of crores of rupees in the name of tribal development? I think it is because it is our right to stand up and fight against anyone who tries to impose their way of life and living on us in the name of development. By trying to demean the tribal communities' culture, it is our inherent right to guard our rights of forest land and water. And it is, I must say, our bounden duty as well to glorify the richness and greatness of our culture and demonstrate it further before the whole world to see. And in the face of present times, dangers which are posed to our community's identity, awareness and activism are the two means to achieve this end. And since we all know that in any democratic setup whose base is the welfare of its people, the state takes up the responsibility of empowering any part of vulnerable population. The responsibility is discharged by any state like ours by devising and enforcing such schemes and policies which aim to acknowledge and preserve existing rights in addition to creation of new rights to safeguard the identity and practice of the culture. I guess this forum is a right place to acknowledge that a lot is being done by the government to safeguard the rights of tribals. as also to provide them with the robust mechanism of self-governance. Important laws in the form of like uh, Patnaik Saab already mentioned, Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas Act, which is applicable on the scheduled areas, 1996, popularly which is known as PESA, aims at providing ownership and management of the resources to the population in the scheduled areas in a traditional manner, and even they've got the mechanism, they have given the sanctity to the mechanism of dispute resolution system, a traditional way. Whereas acts like Forest Right Act and Biodiversity Act 2002 fulfill the resources being, they provide the objective to provide rights over the resources which are being used from eternity by the tribes, and having record of these livelihood sources, and also to compensate any drain of their traditional knowledge by providing Forest Right Act, the Resource Right Act over the forests, and also intellectual property rights over the traditional knowledge, which is there's a framework made for that. There's a biodiversity register to be made in the district and in the state level as well, so that if any drain of knowledge of any copy is done of the traditional knowledge by any outsider, they should be compensated. The people who are having that knowledge should be compensated, whose name or who the communities which have been registered in the biodiversity register should be compensated for the same. Now currently, like many programs like under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav have been conducted pan India to acknowledge and recall the great sacrifices made by the most prominent names of tribal community in achieving independence, which is a welcome step to understand and acknowledge their asmita, or their sense of pride. Also, the need of the hour is that the people who makes the policies, as they need to understand that the tribal culture and resources need to be preserved, along with providing them with the benefits of health, infrastructure, etc., education, etc. While making these policies, the tribal way of life needs to be harmoniously synced and respected in order to have an inclusive and sustainable development in real sense. And for that, while making such policies, a proper and strong representation of tribal community is a must, and their opinion and inputs must be given well-deserved weightage. And at least in the governance, I must say, I would like to conclude by saying that it is not alone the responsibility of the state to preserve our culture or to, guard our rights. It is as much our duty as representative of the tribal communities. This duty of ours can be fulfilled only when we, the so-called developed tribals, in the conventional manner, in the old practices of our community, and try to follow the traditional way of living in our houses and conducting ourselves in public life with great pride of our roots. And only then we can say that, the development is being made. The sustainable development, the inclusive development is being made. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Nice presentation and deep study, sir. No doubt contribution of tribal community of India is environmental conservation. Most important role of the sustainable development in climate. Further, thank you so much, sir. Further, I will call speech of the chief guest, Dr. Mohanlal Kori, sir, Vice Chancellor, Kranti Surya Tanya Bhil University, Khargone, MP. Kori, sir, Are you present, sir? Puri, sir? Are you present, sir? ओके, कनेक्टिविटी लग रहा है सर से नहीं हो पा रही है। स्पीच आपकी नोट स्पीकर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर बिस्वाल सर, हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एंथ्रोपोलॉजी, उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी भुवनेश्वर, ओडिशा। बिस्वाल सर, आर यू प्रेजेंट सर?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
sir.
Thank you so
Sir.
much, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Respected organizer, convener, sir, Vinay Kumar Singh, sir, CEO of Social Science and Management Welfare Association and SRF Research Foundation, Brajesh Kumar ji, Dr. Mohanlal Kori, sir, Professor S.M. Patnaik, my teacher, sir. I'm always indebted to your guidance, and I'll carry forward the legacy or a kind of thought you are having for the downtrodden. Professor D. Vishwakarma, Vikrant Singh Tumre Saab, Professor Puranmal Yadav, and many thanks to Dr. Divya Konikal, Madam, Organizing Secretary of this conference. If we see all this, whatever two ways of looking at what Professor Patnaik told, that a lot of things we started with isolation, and at last we talked of integration for the tribal development as well as welfare schemes and programs. And in the very beginning, the organizing secretary was highlighting that role of customary law in the tribal areas. And we moved up to a lot of issues that how it should be, how we are moving ahead for tribal development. Today, if we see a lot of issues till now, after 70 years of independence. I'm not going back to, but after 70 years when our constitution was enacted, we have at least 20 articles which are dealing directly or indirectly with the issue of tribal development, issues related to both protective, preventive, and all kinds of measures where the tribals can improve. We are talking of fifth schedule area, sixth schedule area. We have divided that the governance can be better. And what Professor Pandai told that uh, all the tribal development approaches that isolation to integration, all are having some sort of, some not some sort of, but all of them are having a relationship with our public policy. Public policy means uh, we have framed something to guide the development plans and programs. We are having two areas. One is subjective, one is the objective areas of not asking these policies and all this. And if you see total today also, whatever the policies, whatever the plans, whatever the initiatives government had taken, till now we have the issues in the tribal areas like land alienation, forest issue is there, poverty, indebtedness, all kinds of issues are still there. To some extent, it has developed. Okay. But again, we see all these are surrounded with how we have made our policies and how we have implemented it. Or some sort of, somewhere we are having some no, weaknesses by which we are unable to achieve the targeted goals. Because the areas where I have worked personally, in the Central University of Orissa, Koraput, and Central University of Jharkhand, uh, Ranchi. In both the places, the social issues like trafficking can be a legal issue also. Trafficking, and then witchcraft practices, land is the biggest issue, forest issue, all the issues are there. And at least for three areas of concern, I have taken the issue that what is the incompatibility between our legal system and the customary practices or the customary laws of the tribal communities by which we are unable to uh, implement or we are unable to achieve our goals. Three issues I have sorted out till now. The very first issue is related to a forest issue. Second, I have taken is a land issue. My three research scholars have worked on the issue of land native system in the state of Jharkhand. One has worked with the issue of Naxalite movement in Jharkhand. So, in all the areas, what are the incompatibilities? Just I focus and I am commenting, because almost all our laws are politicized. Politicized in the sense that it is a statute. According to our statute, all the policies are made. And these statutes are as if this is the truth we have taken. But I found from the ground realities, from the field, that statute is highly secondary when the people's development, people's concern is there. Because what are the statutes? Is it the courtroom where could Kumar Saab can say better in this regard? That what are the statutes? It is made consciously. We have made it. Second, it is the based on the idea of the agencies, idea of the specialists like advocates or academicians or the policymakers who are sitting in the different forums, or it is a kind of not very specific, clear, and all these things. Opposite to it, the people have their own customary practices, which has gradually evolved. Gradually evolved means in every area, starting with the individual, up to the community, up to the regional areas also, or like wider, wide and international customary law is also there. In that case, it is gradually evolved, because law is a part of your social weight. And second, it is very spontaneous social actions. Spontaneous social actions means whenever any issue is coming, they sort out very locally within a short group, within a few people, can be within a village. But when the statute is concerned, for everything you are asking these people to go to the courtroom. In that case, problem starts. So, for instance, there is no clear cut distinction between crime and court among the tribal communities, because a lot of practice, whatever we are calling crime, some sort of no injury there, blood is coming out, then we can say it is a crime. But in the tribal communities, lot of social practices, lot of religious events are there where they beat each other, and finally they also console each other that yes, this is the day we are forgiving, or what we have to forget the things we have to, whatever wrong we have done to each other in the last 1 year. So can you count that as a crime? Okay, so in that case, if that person or any traveler is brought to the courtroom by police, then he has done some crime, then police will make a case and will be behind the bar. So three issues just I will raise. Very first issue I have dealt with the forest. We are talking of the uh, many FRA 2006 implemented in 2012, 1996. We talked of we implemented in fact PISA Act, Panchayat Extension to receive all these laws or policies or plans, whatever you talk, those are rooted, or they have granted, or they have recognized the customary laws of the individual communities. Because if we talk of forest law, the very first we talk of again just within a line I made the what is this customary law or customary practices. It is very much a behaviorist thing, because it is within the community. They whatever the individual is behaving with the others, that is a kind of law, that is a part of social control, that is a part of individual or community control. And it is also empirical. It can see, you can feel, you can ask the people that why did you do this? That can be asked. Second, we can talk about it is an objective and accurate observations, because nothing is manipulated. It has not been manipulated unlike your courtroom. In the courtroom, whatever the text is there, written book or written no, law books are there, accordingly you are interpreting. But in the community, the behavior of the individual matters a lot. And finally, you can talk of that is the social reality of law. In the courtroom, whatever arguments, if I have money, I can buy the good advocates, I'm just off, or I'm let out from the forum. But again, what kind of law we are talking on? In the because of this incompatibility between the customs and the statute, lot of tribal people are just in the jails, and they have nothing to do with any crime, but they are lagging behind the jails. So very fast is the recognition of customary law. If you talk of Forest Rights Act, FRA 2006, The very first line it is talking that there is the depth of historical injustice. What kind of injustice we had? Is it the historical means? Is it of British time? Is it of Mughal time? It is of before something. I categorize it as all the time, starting with Puranic age, starting with Ramayana, Mahabharata, till date, 2006. All kinds of discriminations against the tribals can be categorized as historical injustice because the so-called civilized people, they have taken out their land, they have taken away the forest, they have made a market out of this forest, and all the things the Adivasis were eating the past. So in that case, historical injustice is there. If we categorize this historical injustice, is it coming under the purview of a statute or customs? Because they have been discriminated. If they have been discriminated from their livelihood, then it is surely a kind of historical injustice. Second, what kind of relief you are talking in the forest rights acts? The way for how to recognize the rights. The issues like how to recognize the rights. Each your law, because the statute, according to your statutory law, you will recognize the land, you will recognize the forest, you will recognize the NRM, natural resource management, everything will make the lines according to your statute. In that case, the statutory laws are failed because how to recognize the rights? Are you going to ask the people that what kind of things you are using? You will categorize. You will make the note that this is the timber category, this is the minor forest product, this is the government land, this is the wetland, this is the pond, something you will recognize. In that case, you will be failed because the tribal communities have their own idea of property, own idea of land, own idea of their forest and all these things. In that case, your statutory law is failed. Second is whether people should stay in the area or not. Very big. Today you are talking of environmental law, you are talking of wildlife law, you are talking of different things by which all these are applicable in the area where the tribals are living. In that case, which forest is it? It is of wildlife forest or it is of the tribal people's forest? In that case, three kinds of arguments are going on. One is the intention related. What kind of intention we are having? Because under the statutory law, you made the forest law, also environmental law, also the Adivasi law. Adivasi law means you are talking of forest law. You are giving rights to the Adivasis that you have the every right to stay in the forest. You can decide your own resources. At the same time, you have made the forest law and related to use of the forest. In that case, some sort of gap is there because in the name of wildlife, you can take away the people. You can just ask them to resettle somewhere, and that is not the idea. That should not be idea. So another is structure related because the structure is forest. We talk of natural resources. We talk of other kinds of water and everything. That is a kind of which resource it is. This is a government. This is a in the name of sovereignty. In the name of sovereignty, we are just categorizing all the resources in the tribal area in our land. That is the state property. And in fact, it's also going on. So another issue, very big things, the customary rights of the tribals have been recognized in the forest right is that it is giving right to habitat and also rights of habitat. When habitat is concerned, it is defining in this way. It includes the area comprising the customary habitats and such other habitats in reserve forest and protected forests of PTGs and pre-agricultural communities and other forest dwelling tribes or the scheduled tribes. So, customary habitat. What is that customary habitat? Who is there to dictate or who is there to define it? The very first is who will define? The state will define or the people will define? People's concept has never been taken because I am traveling from areas to area, different parts, and I see that the quota has not been given because it is a state land. The travels are going to the courtroom, going to the police station, going to everywhere, and they are not getting such measures. Just in brief, because time is very short. In brief, I talk of land tenure system because one of my students has worked extensively on land inheritance practices of customary law. In between, it's the land inheritance practices in relation to customary law and statutory law in the state of Jharkhand among the Munda community. She found that whatever your statute is saying, that is completely opposite to the customary practices. In that case,
Sir, you are not audible, sir.
practices there in the community. what is statutory law is deciding that who will be now, sir?
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay. In that the occupancy rights, your ROR, right of records, all these are questionable when the law of the land and the law of the soil, or law of the soil means that is the law of the people is concerned. There are a lot of gaps, or big gaps are there which needs to be sorted out. Another area I have worked extensively is on the issue of incompatibility between the customary practices and the human rights of the community, because international based on your EDHR, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, all the rights have been given to all the people, all the human beings on this earth. The travels have some special rights, like one act is there. I'm just forgetting. Other rights are also there. But again, are you able to protect it? Because one incident just I'll tell. In the district of Pulwani in Odisha, in my state, one incident happened that 7 people were killed by the no security personnel on gunpoints, and 2 of them were children of age 7 and 8 years. What was the wrong of these children? Because this is an academic platform I am discussing. Otherwise, I'm not breaking any law and I'm not against any law. So, what are the wrong of these children there? Are they really the Naxalites? On the name of Naxalites, you are killing. The other 5 could have been, but not surely. At the gunpoint, you cannot kill. So, some of the editorial pages I wrote 2-3 editorial pages later to it. I was questioned also, but I have a concern for the tribal children, that because your no all the laws are law of the states, law of the no your land is unable to cope up, unable to go along with the international law and all these things. So problem starts. You are defining something, acting on somewhere, and people are there to receive it. So to finally, we so a lot of issues are there to be sorted out. But the issue is what kind of law is empowering to make you the policies. 99% of your laws are statutory laws. Government, what about it? It is made law. When the law was made, the tribals were, if we talk about 1957, at that time the tribal education was just 0.7%. So have you taken the consensus? Because the law, however, is sitting from the law department. They know that law is a kind of consensus. If you talk the consensus, have you taken the consensus? Have you taken the view of the Adivasis that it will be the law and it will be applicable upon you? No, because just 7.7% of the Adivasis were literate at that time. Other lot of other communities are also there, just eliminated. And from the stateless society to state society, the Adivasis or the marginalized sections, they have sacrificed their own customary laws, own customary practices to make the statutory law state law, and now they are the largest section who are really the victims of statutory law. So my suggestion would be that we have to bring out the truth of incompatibility between the Adivasi culture and your statutory law. Only after that we can formulate a better policy for the Adivasis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And nice presentation, sir. And काफी अच्छे तरीके से जो प्रेजेंट एरा में जो शेड्यूल ट्राइब्स की जो समस्याएं हैं उनको बड़े अच्छे तरीके से प्रेजेंट किए सर. थैंक यू सो मच सर. And next call speech of the speaker, Professor Devendra Vishwakarma sir, President Youth Economy Association and AC, member of Indian Economy Association and in charge of Madhya Pradesh. Vishwakarma sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vinay. Thank you very much to introduce me.
Thank you so much sir.
मैं अपनी बात दिल्ली के कॉन्फ्रेंस से स्टार्ट करूंगा. और जब मैं दिल्ली के उस कॉन्फ्रेंस में था तो एक यूथ रिसर्च स्कॉलर ने ट्राइबल जनजाति के बारे में बताते हुए कहा, अपना रिसर्च पेपर पढ़ते हुए कहा कि जनजातीय समाज पिछड़ा, गरीब, पहाड़ों, वनों में रहने वाला, इस तरह का एक प्रेजेंटेशन उसने किया बड़ी नेगेटिविटी के साथ. मुझे बड़ा दुख हुआ बाद में मैंने उससे पूछा कि आपने ये पेपर किस आधार पे बनाया, क्या रेफरेंसेस दिया, तो उसने कोई अंग्रेज की एक पुस्तक का नाम लिया और उस आधार पर उसने और एक बुक का नाम लिया, तो लगभग जो 30-35 वर्ष पुरानी बुक्स थी। मित्रों, प्रॉब्लम क्या हो रही है, जब हम जनजातीय समाज के बारे में बताते हैं तो हम थ्योरेटिकल बुक्स के आधार पर और ऐसी बुक्स के आधार पर बताते हैं जो भारत विरोधी रही है, जिसने भारत को तोड़ने का काम किया, जनजातीय समाज को तोड़ने का काम किया। मित्रों, जनजातीय समाज वह समाज है जिसने मुगलों के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ी, मुगलों को भारत में प्रवेश नहीं देने की कोशिश की और जंगलों में रहकर कम हथियार में, कम संसाधन में उनको पछाड़ने का काम किया है। इतना ही नहीं है, अगर हम अंग्रेजों के काल का भी अध्ययन करें तो ऐसे ऐसे महान नायक आए, जनजातीय महानायक, जिन्होंने अंग्रेजों के पसीने छुड़ा दिए। उनके पास संसाधन कम था, इसके बाद भी उन्होंने अंग्रेजों से लोहा लिया। दुर्भाग्य था कि भारतीय इतिहास में उनको स्थान नहीं मिला, और जो स्थान मिला तो उनको गरीब, पिछड़ा बताया गया, जबकि ऐसा कभी नहीं था। जनजातीय समाज ने कभी किसी के सामने हाथ नहीं फैलाए। जनजातीय समाज स्वाभिमानी समाज था, अपनी संस्कृति को लेकर चलने वाला था, पर्यावरण की रक्षा करने वाला था, जल जंगल के संरक्षण के लिए उसने कार्य किया और भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था में उसकी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका थी। लेकिन उसने अर्थव्यवस्था या पर्यावरण को कभी नुकसान नहीं पहुंचाया। वनों में रहकर उसने वनों की और जंगलों की रक्षा और सुरक्षा, पहाड़ों की सुरक्षा, औषधियों की सुरक्षा करने का काम किया, उनका दोहन नहीं किया। और अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, संपोषित विकास की अगर भारत में बात करें, चर्चा करें, तो उसका श्रेय भी जनजातीय समाज को जाता है कि उनने उसकी सुरक्षा करने का काम किया। मैं एक और कॉन्फ्रेंस में गया था और उस कॉन्फ्रेंस में एक प्रोफेसर कुछ डाटा दे रहे थे कि इंडियन फॉरेस्ट सर्विस के आने के बाद कितना वन की कटाई हुई, पेड़ों की कटाई हुई और सागौन अनलीगल के तौर पर बेचा गया। मुझे लगता है कि आज भी जनजातीय समाज को हम सही तरीके से समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं, इतिहास उनको जगह नहीं दे पा रहे। उन्होंने जो भारत के विकास के लिए, प्राचीन विकास के लिए, सनातन विकास के लिए काम किया, भारत के स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में, भारत के आर्थिक और सामाजिक विकास में काम किया, उनको आज भी वह स्थान नहीं मिल पाया है। जल, जंगल, जमीन और जानवर की रक्षा और सुरक्षा करने का काम जितना जनजातीय समाज ने किया है वो कोई भी नहीं कर पाया है। आज पूरा विश्व प्राकृतिक खेती की ओर जा रहा है। हमने देखा कि केमिकल खाद के कारण कितनी बीमारी हो रही है, लेकिन आज भी जनजातीय समाज प्राकृतिक खेती कर रहा है। उसका उद्देश्य उनका स्वास्थ्य को लेकर है, ना कि पैसे को लेकर। यह समाज अपनी संस्कृति को बचाने में आज लगा है, उसको संरक्षण देने में लगा है, क्योंकि उनकी संस्कृति पर्यावरण को लेकर है, भारतीयता को लेकर है और ऐसी संस्कृति है जो किसी को नुकसान नहीं पहुंचाती है। लेकिन हमने देखा कि यह भोला भाला समाज था। इस समाज को भ्रमित करने का काम आज भी हो रहा है। अगर हम देखते हैं कि ट्राइबल क्षेत्र में किस तरह से तेजी से धर्मांतरण हो रहा है, शिक्षा के नाम पर, स्वास्थ्य के नाम पर कन्वर्जन का खेल बहुत तेजी से फैल रहा है, इसको रोकने की बहुत अति आवश्यकता है। जनजातीय समाज को जो शिक्षा मिलनी चाहिए आज वो शायद उतनी नहीं हो पा रही है, और उसमें भी उच्च शिक्षा। अगर उच्च शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में जनजातीय समाज के यूथ आते हैं तो जनजातीय समाज की तेजी से विकास होने वाला है। लेकिन फिर भी अगर आज आप देखें तो आईएएस की मैं बात करूं, आईपीएस की बात करूं मैं, या सर्विस सेक्टर में बात करूं तो अनेक जनजातीय समाज के युवा आगे आ रहे हैं और वो देश के विकास में, क्षेत्रीय विकास में बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। आज इतना सौभाग्य की बात कि आज हमारी राष्ट्रपति जनजातीय समाज से हैं, कई मुख्यमंत्री जनजातीय समाज से हैं और ऐसे कई लोग भारत के आर्थिक और सामाजिक विकास में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। लेकिन मैं फिर कहना चाहूंगा, आज भी उनको शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, रोजगार आदि के क्षेत्रों में उनके लिए कार्य करने की आवश्यकता है। पिछले कुछ सरकारों ने बहुत ही अच्छा काम किया। प्रधानमंत्री आवास अगर हम देखें तो प्रधानमंत्री आवास में आज उनको आवास मिला है, मनरेगा के तहत उनको 100 दिन का काम मिला है और इतना ही नहीं, खेत तालाब के माध्यम से, मेड़बंधान के माध्यम से अच्छा उनको सहयोग मिला है। 12मासी सड़क अगर हम कह लें तो ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में देखें, जनजातीय क्षेत्र में देखें, सड़क के निर्माण बहुत अच्छे हुए हैं जिससे उनका तेजी से विकास हो रहा है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है अभी भी जनजातीय क्षेत्रों में जनजातीय समाज के लिए बहुत कुछ काम करने की आवश्यकता है। और जो इतिहास के पन्नों में जो दर्ज है कि पिछड़ा समाज है, गरीब समाज है, जंगलों में रहने वाला समाज है, इस इतिहास को हमको दूर करने की आवश्यकता है। अगर इसको हमने दूर नहीं किया और इस तरह का प्रेजेंटेशन किया, ये ठीक नहीं है। आज आप देखिए, रानी दुर्गावती देखिए, बिरसा मुंडा देखिए, इन्होंने कितना अच्छा काम किया है, स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन के लिए काम किया है। अगर आप गोंडवाना क्षेत्र में आएंगे तो इतने अच्छे सिविल जो इनके महल बने हुए हैं, मकान बने हुए हैं, तालाब बने हुए हैं, कुएं का निर्माण है, आके आप देखिए, सड़क का निर्माण है। और उस समय जो बाजार लगती थी, जो रूरल मार्केटिंग थी, रूरल अर्थव्यवस्था थी, कितनी अच्छी थी। जो सोने चांदी के गहनों का निर्माण इस काल में हुआ है, कितने अच्छे गुणवत्तापूर्ण होते थे, लेकिन इनको समाज के सामने, विश्व के सामने नहीं रखा गया। मैं इस कार्यक्रम के आयोजकों को सबको धन्यवाद देता हूं कि जनजातियों के विकास के बारे में हमने इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से चर्चा की और ऐसे समय में जब इनको आवश्यकता है शिक्षा की, स्वास्थ्य की, रोजगार की, इनकी संस्कृति, इनके किए हुए कार्य को पुनः जीवित करने की, ये कॉन्फ्रेंस बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएगी। इसी आशा और विश्वास के साथ मैं आप सबको धन्यवाद देता हूँ। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। नो डाउट, अगर ट्राइबल की अगर हिस्ट्री उठा के देखें तो एंशियंट हिस्ट्री से लेके मॉडर्न तक आफ्टर इंडिपेंडेंट कंट्रीब्यूशन इनका बहुत रहा है, और खासकर जो यूएनओ का सस्टेनेबिलिटी प्रोग्राम है उसमें एक मेजर एंशियंट से ही ये लोग निभा रहे हैं, इसलिए हमें इनको अप्रिशिएट करनी चाहिए। और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। विश्वकर्मा सर, थैंक यू सो मच सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
एंड आफ्टर विश्वकर्मा सर के स्पीच के बाद अभी सेकंड सेशन जो शुरू होगा वो पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन का होगा। इसके लिए वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के लिए a warm and graceful morning to our honorable chief guest professor SM Patnaik sir, Dr. Mohanlal Puri sir, Vikrant Singh Kumre sir, Dr. Divya madam, Professor Biswal sir, Professor Puranlal Yadav sir, Professor Vishwakarma sir, and other dignitaries and everyone gathered here. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge the contribution of those who worked really hard to make this event possible. I, Binay Singh, on behalf of Janjatiya Shodh, Peeth and Social Science Management Welfare Association and the entire fraternity of the institution, extend my sincere thanks to all Almighty to make today's event a grand success. On behalf my SSMWA, and extend a hearty vote of thanks to our chief guest who spread the time from this busy schedule to grace the today. We had opportunity to hear our the thought, and this will surely encourage us in our future endeavors. I also want to thank you, guest uh, speaker Vikrant Singh Kumre sir, for this active participation in our events. You truly made this day enlightening for us. Your deep and intellectual way of imparting knowledge and added to the glory of this event. Today we have got a lot information which will truly help us in our life. We have no word to after gratitude for your valuable presence here. We gave deep insight into the topic and relevant some interesting facts. Thank you so much, sir, all of you. Thank you so much, sir. And next session, technical session, will be start after 5 minutes. जितने पार्टिसिपेंट हैं, सभी पार्टिसिपेंट जो लोग पीपीटी या अपना जो भी पेपर जो भेजना था वो अगर भेज चुके हैं तो अच्छी बात है, अगर जो नहीं भेजे हैं वो प्लीज भेज दें. अभी 5 मिनट के बाद हम लोगों का टेक्निकल सेशन शुरू होगा. ऑल
विनय जी एक वाक्य कह सकता हूँ?
जी सर, जी सर.
मैं थोड़ी देर के लिए ज्वाइन किया था और यहाँ से उठ नहीं पाया. इतना बढ़िया आपने अरेंज किया और इतना अच्छा वक्ता थे. बहुत ही श्रेष्ठ ढंग से आपने कराया. आपको कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन, सबको बहुत बधाई. एंड इट वाज अ ग्रेट लर्निंग फॉर मी. थैंक यू सो मच. वेरी वेरी वेल ऑर्गेनाइज्ड सेशन.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. जो पीपीटी प्रेजेंटेशन करना चाहते हैं वो प्लीज वो ईमेल पर सेंड कर दें. एंड नाउ विल बी स्टार्ट. हम लोग शुरू करेंगे पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन सेशन. बेसिकली इंस्ट्रक्शंस में ये है कि हर कैंडिडेट को पार्टिसिपेंट जितने भी डिग्नेटरी पार्टिसिपेंट हैं या जो टीचर प्रोफेसर्स एंड अदर डिग्नेटरीज मेंबर्स हैं, प्लीज आपको 5 to 6 मिनट आपके पास टाइम है, उसमें आप अपना प्रेजेंटेशन देंगे. सबसे पहले मैं कॉल करना चाह रहा हूं डॉक्टर देवेंद्र रंकावत सर को. ये सीनियर असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर इंग्लिश लिटरेचर, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इंग्लिश, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ राजस्थान.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone present here.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, it was a wonderful session, the morning session, and I hope I live up to the level of the conference that you have put up. So my presentation, shall we start now?
Okay, sir. We'll start,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah, so my paper is an inquiry into the metaphysics of indigenous tribal life as portrayed in Hariram Meena. Hariram Meena is a Rajasthani tribal writer in
Yes,
his
sir.
novel When Arrows Were Heated Up.
Okay, sir. Yeah.
So in contrast to whatever has been presented here in the first session, a lot of statistics, a lot of hard material, empirical data, empirical research findings. This one is more of a literary one. So my attempt has been to see how the tribal metaphysics, from an incident in the history of India as a nation, how the lessons, the takeaways, can be obtained from there. So basically, it is built around the scene in 1913 around Udaipur, where there was this man called Govind Guru, and how he brought the zeal, the enthusiasm of reformation in the tribal society, particularly the Bhils and Meena tribals of that area. So here I go. Tribal life is something of a curio in the contemporary exotic obsessed society. While on the one hand, the term tribe makes one think of people living nestled in hills and forests, on the other, it also evokes images of poverty, malnutrition, backwardness, and deplorable human misery. Variously branded as the aborigines, the aboriginals, the Adivasis, the indigenous people, or even the first settlers, these human groups have largely remained obscure, neglected, and under or misrepresented in the mainstream worldview. In fact, the very metaphysics of their existence has largely evaded any definitive understanding on the part of mainstream society. Therefore, most of the anthropological, ethnographic, demographic, and political attempts, which have tended to forge a one size fits all understanding, have met with limited success so far. This point was stressed on in the previous session as well. An emphatic admission of this difficulty has been made by G.N. Deviji in his anthology Painted Words, as he confesses it is almost impossible to characterize all of India's tribals in a single ethnographic or historical framework. Unquote. Similar claims have been made by other scholars as well, highlighting the sui generis character of each tribal group and its axiological moorings. So in this slide, this attempt is to build a broad stroke picture of the metaphysics of indigenous tribal life in southern Rajasthan under the colonial rule as depicted in the celebrated tribal writer Hariram Meena's novel When the Arrows Were Heated Up. The idea is to build up a vigny of the Bhil community and its moral transformation during the run-up to the famous Mangad massacre. Mind you, all it was a massacre bigger in scale than the Jallianwala, the famous episode in the history of India's national movement, the fight for freedom. There was this man called Govind Guru, which is a sobriquet for Govind Banjara, and how he led the people against the cruel hands of the British and the local princely states. So, of the tribal population in Rajasthan, a major portion is found in the southern hilly regions along the Aravalli range and further south towards the Malwa region of Madhya Pradesh and Kantha region of Gujarat. The major tribes are Garasia, Bhil, Meena, and Damor. While these people had lived largely uninterfered with for centuries, tucked up in their rugged territories, the advent of the British changed the course of their life once and for all. And this sort of upset the tacit understanding between the rulers and the tribes. But what is of enduring interest and value, however, is the power of ideas that Govind Guru, the voice of reason and the spirit of change amongst the tribal community, was able to wield in the entire episode of Mangad massacre. The novel vividly records the circumstances that led to the rise of the tribal uprising and seems to point out, and I also emphasize it, that it was a social reform movement that first began at the level of ideas in the creative freedom-loving mind of Govind Guru and then culminated into a full-blown protest by the indigenous tribes against the atrocities of the British Raj. While it is this socio-political dimension of the movement that is often talked about, there is also a subtle thread of metaphysical concerns running through the entire tale. The very metaphor of fire as the manifestation, and in fact, the Hindi title is Dhuni Tape Tir. Dhuni is a place, place of worship where fire is kept on all through. So the very metaphor of fire as the manifestation of inner strength and energy is the pivot around which the outer action of Govind Guru and his associates turns. In fact, the story opens with Kuriya, who is a close associate companion of Govind Guru. He conjures up a flame of fire by striking the pieces of flint. And at this, Govind's reaction is, "Yes, Punja, now I have understood." Kuriya produced a spark from the flint. The spark turned into a fire. It means there is fire in stones. And if there is fire in stones, the hills have fire in them. And if the hills have fire in them, then the Adivasis who live in those hills must also have fire inside them. I want to light that fire. I want. This is the fire that gives people the power to fight the evil. Similarly, on another occasion, when Govind was only about 11 years old and was trying to talk other children into a life of righteousness and self-esteem, the Mukhiya of his village expressed helplessness and a sense of resignation to fate by saying, when do we people listen to such sound discourse? In any case, what do we do after listening to these wise words? It's much easier said than done, giving all those deep messages to the tribal people against the fight. But ultimately, in their practical life, what actually happens is the helplessness, perpetual helplessness that they have to encounter. And at this, Govind responds with a revolutionary and reformatory zeal and says, no, Kaka, do not think like that. It is good to learn to live within one's means, but these rulers commit various atrocities on us, and the Jagidar asks us to offer him free labor. Instead of thinking about these things, our people get drunk and abuse their mind and body. And he actually puts his hand on the crux of the matter, that a lot of tribal population, as portrayed in that novel, I'm not claiming any empirical correspondence to that, that they they become subject to they become subject to intoxication and a lot of bad habits, because of which, hello, hello.
Okay, sir. Ji, sir.
Yeah, I see a message. Shall I present next? I mean, have I been disconnected or something, or my time is over?
Yes, sir. Conclude, sir. Please conclude, sir.
All right, this is just too little. Well, in any way, so these figures like Govind Guru, they can be really crucial in restoring the true pride of indigeneity among the tribes. And he was the one who had this noble task, and many others can take inspiration from them. I mean, this is how I can conclude this paper. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Nice presentation, sir. And I'll call 103 Mahendra Kujur, sir, Assistant Professor English, Lahanti College, Dumka, Jharkhand,
Yeah.
Dumka.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Just a second. Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Today, I will be discussing the development of tribal communities in India, particularly focusing on policies and programs aimed at advancing education. Education is a critical component of tribal development, serving as a pathway to socio-economic progress and empowerment for these historically marginalized communities. India has a significant tribal population constituting about 8.6% of country's total population. These communities, rich in cultural heritage, often live in remote and challenging areas where limited access to basic facilities, including education. Recognizing this, the government of India has designed specific policies and programs to improve educational outcomes among tribal groups. So some of the key policies and programs just I would like to discuss. This is in which the first one is the tribal sub plan. This is called TSP, established as a cornerstone of tribal development of India. The TSP directs government resources towards tribal dominated areas, addressing gaps in education, healthcare, and employment. The tribal sub-plan has enabled the allocation of substantial funds specifically for improving educational infrastructure in tribal regions. And the second one is Eklavya Model Residential School. One of the most impactful initiatives has been the establishment of Eklavya Model Residential Schools. These schools offer quality educations from the grade 6 to 12 in a residential setup, enabling tribal children to access education in a supportive environment. The curriculum is tailored to be culturally relevant, combining academic learning with skill development to prepare students for both higher education and vocational careers. And the third one, a scholarship program. Financial barriers often prevent tribal children from pursuing higher education. To address this, the government has introduced a scholarship programs like pre-matric and post-matric scholarship for the scheduled tribes students. And these scholarships cover tuition fees, provide additional financial assistance for books and other educational expenses, reducing dropout rates and promoting higher education access. And the fourth one, right to education, act and inclusive policies. The Right to Education Act, which mandates free and compulsory education for children up to 14 years of age, has been a major step in promoting education among all marginalized groups, including tribal population. Under this act, the government has implemented several inclusive policies to bring tribal children into the mainstream education system. And the last and fifth one is vocational training and skill development. The government has focused on skill development initiatives as the traditional academic curricula may not always be the best fit for tribal students. Programs such as skill-based training are offered in schools, focusing on employment-oriented education, which is vital for the economic upliftment of tribal communities. A major challenges in tribal education is the language and cultural gap. To bridge up, there is an emphasis on hiring teachers from tribal backgrounds and providing instructions in regional languages at the primary level. Textbooks and other learning materials are also adapted in incorporate tribal culture and heritage, making education more relatable and engageable for tribal students. So there is an impact and challenges such as these initiatives have led to noticeable improvements in literacy rates and school enrollment among tribal populations. However, several challenges persist such as a lack of adequate school infrastructure, high dropout rates, and limited communities' participation in education programs. And additionally, many tribal communities face geographical isolation, which limits access to educational resources and facilities. So, in a conclusion, I would like to sum up while India has made considerable strides in promoting tribal education, there is a long way to go to ensure comprehensive access to quality education for all tribal children. Continued efforts are needed to enhance infrastructure, engage communities, and adapt policies to unique needs of these communities. By investing in education and cultural integration, India can not only uplift its tribal communities, but also preserve and celebrate the rich diversity they bring to the nation. So thank you for sharing this investigation and thoughts. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mahant Kujur, sir. Thank you so much. Nice presentation, sir. And next, I will call M.R. Ramesh, sir.
Yes, sir. 1 minute, sir.
Okay, sir. Continue, sir.
1 minute. Sir, is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Thanks for giving opportunity for sharing my topic. The impact of central and state government policies and programs on sustainable development in Tamil Nadu, my paper. The introduction, India is one of the world most population and rapidly developing country, face significant challenges in achieving sustainable development. These challenges are especially pronounced in the southern state of Tamil Nadu, which in the economic growth and industrialization continues grapple with the issues and such as inequality, environmental degradation, and urbanization. Both central and state government play a critical role in shaping the policies and programs aimed at addressing these challenges aligned with the UNO Sustainable Development Goals. The role of central government policies in Tamil Nadu development. The central government, through various ministries and departments, formulate policies and programs to design promote sustainable development across country, including in Tamil Nadu. The National Rural Development Guarantee Act is one of the most significant central government initiatives aimed at providing employment in rural areas in Tamil Nadu, which large population has been active participant in the scheme. The Act guarantees 100 days of wage environmental per year, employment per year to rural household. The impact of NREGA in Tamil Nadu have been twofold. It has contributed to reducing rural poverty and has enhanced the reliance of rural communities through creation of long-lasting infrastructure. However, challenges remain such as delayed wage payment and its for better targeting of beneficiary. The second one, the Smart Cities Mission, launched in 2015. It Smart Cities Mission aimed to promote urban sustainability by transforming selected cities into smart cities, which help of technology, infrastructure development, and sustainable practice. Their program focus on sustainable urban mobility, waste management, water supply, and energy efficiency. In Tamil Nadu, the smart cities initiatives has resulted in significant investment in infrastructure, but concern arise regarding the inclusivity of project, especially marginalized communities. Then Swachh Bharat Abhiyan was launched in 2014 with the aim of promoting cleanliness, sanitation, and solid waste management across India. Tamil Nadu has made significant progress under this initiative, especially in urban areas. The state has successfully improved the sanitation infrastructure, reduced open defecation, and promote awareness about hygiene. The role of state government policies in Tamil Nadu development. The Tamil Nadu Mission 2023 is comprehensive roadmap for the state development aimed at achieving inclusive growth by 2023. The vision document places a significant importance on environmental sustainability, particularly in areas of waste management, water management, renewable energy. The Tamil Nadu industry policy designed for the industrial growth while ensuring environmental sustainability. The policy promote creation of industrial hubs in economic backward region to ensure balanced development across the state. Then the challenges between the central and state government policies, the policy coordination and alignment. One of the key challenges, lack of effective coordination between the central and state policies. For example, while NREGA that has been successful creating rural infrastructure, its implementation can sometimes be hindered by the state level delays in fund allocation or administration capacity. The financial constraint, another challenges implementing, like many states faced difficulty in mobilizing additional resources at the state level for implementation. Then the recommendation for improving the policy integration and implementation, improved coordination mechanism, they establish stronger coordination framework between the central and state, streamlining policy with implementation and reduce delays, target financial support. In addition to the state government should explore the innovative financial model such as public-private partnership for large infrastructure projects, inclusive and participatory approach. This include ensuring equal access to infrastructure, housing and employment opportunities. Then in conclusion, the impact of both central and state policy and sustainable development in Tamil Nadu significant but faces numerous challenges, which the central programs like NREGA, Smart Cities and Swachh Bharat Abhiyan For these policies to more effective, stronger coordination, financial support, inclusivity, and local adaptation are necessary. While this improvement, the Tamil Nadu can continue to make progress towards sustainable development goals while overcoming the unique challenges posed by the growing population, urbanization, and environmental concerns. These are the references, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Ramesh sir. Next, I call Sumesh, Mr. Sumesh sir, Research Scholar Education, Institute of Advanced Study in Education.
Okay,
So,
thank you, sir. Sir, is it audible?
yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
Myself,
afternoon.
Somesh DC, research scholar from IAC in Thrissur district. So, is it visible? The PPT is visible?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, my paper is the interplay of cultural values and educational goals in the career development of tribal youth in Kerala. So, the career development of tribal youth is a dynamic process influenced by a unique interplay between deeply rooted cultural values and modern educational goals. In many tribal communities, cultural values emphasize collective well being, respect for traditional practices, and commitment to the communities. However, educational systems offer individual career aspirations, economic development, and social mobility, sometimes creating tensions for tribal youth striving to balance these two spheres. So, my objective of the study, this study explored how cultural identity and value shape career aspirations and educational choices of tribal youth, focusing on the challenges they face in navigating socio-economic barriers, community expectation, and educational opportunities. Through a qualitative approach, data were gathered, interview, and focus group discussion with the tribal students and tribal community members in Kerala. So, the findings reveal that educational aspirations open new career pathways. They often conflict with cultural expectations that prioritize community roles over individual success. Furthermore, government initiatives, although designed to support tribal education, frequently lack of cultural sensitivity, leaving tribal students feeling disconnected from mainstream career path. This research underscores the need for culturally inclusive education, all programs and policies that support tribal youths in pursuing career goals aligned with both personal and community values, bridging the gap between cultural heritage and modern educational aspirations. These are the reference. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Nice presentation, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next, Meena Khatun, Research Scholar, Political
Yes,
Science.
yes, sir. I'm here. Am
Yes,
I audible?
yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you. थैंक यू मेरा जो टॉपिक है थैंक यू मैं मीना खातून रिसर्च स्कॉलर हूँ रविंद्रनाथ टिगर यूनिवर्सिटी के मेरा जो रिसर्च टॉपिक है वो है थीसिस का टॉपिक है मेडिएवल इंडिया इन लिटरेसी थॉट इन द लाइट ऑफ हिस्ट्री कंट्रीब्यूटेड बाय जियाउद्दीन बारनी Ziauddin Barani, who preferred to be known as Jia Barani, was a prominent historian, statesman, and writer of the Sultanate period of medieval India. He was the first historian of Delhi Sultanate period. His professional career reached its midpoint during the reign of Delhi Sultanate Muhammad bin Tughlaq. But this personality had to be imprisoned in Bhatna fort on charges of conspiracy. Although Firoz Shah Tughlaq released him later, his release was not in the sky and light of the time. He born in an aristocratic family. He spent his youth in royal status, but in the end of his life, that is too much poor, loneliness. Uh, in this period, he wrote a book, his important book, Tariq-e-Firoz Shahi. Historical literature and Barani. Uh, Before Islam, there was no cultured tradition of writing history. Uh, Biographies are written about the prophets of Islam, like as Hazrat Muhammad and his other prophets. Uh, Instead of sultans or kings, or about collapse of their descendants, or about what accounts, however, the renaissance of the Persian language in the 12th century with the combination of Iranian and uh, Arabic languages. Ziauddin Barani was the pioneers of the era of started of the hand of Islam in India, who performed his sacrifice to literacy production through the study of history. He wanted to write a world history literature, and it was at this time that he across a book named Tabakati Nasiri, which written by Sadruddin Jahan Minhaj Sirat Jujani in 1260, uh, where the author sets the Sultan from the various messengers and prophets of Islam. Uh, Not only that, he also described 50 years of Islamic rule of a Bengal Tel Bakhtiyar Khilji in his book. While this book ends the discussion of the Sultan Iltutmish Sultan lifetimes, Barani then started writing about the periods of their later Sultan of his famous book Tariq-e-Firoz Shahi, written in Persian in 1357. In this book, he was highlighted the biographies of 8 sultans, starting from Ghioshuddin Bulban to Firuz Shah Tughlaq. Uh, Barani, on the other hand, titled his book Tariq-e-Firoz Shahi after Sultan Firuz Shah Tughlaq, but did not history of hesitate to describe that quality a great rural suit process. Although he reached the high of this professional life during the reign of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, and it was a great favor of ruler, he dedicated neither a single book to him for to him. Uh, Although he called bin Tughlaq a very benevolent ruler, he did not hesitate to say that most people were hanged during his reign. Again, of a very uh, sorry. Again, he did not fail to say about him that even though he gave greatest to worthy people. It could never rise about religion and set a precedent. He also pioneered out his blunders in shifting the capital from Delhi to Daulatabad. He did not hesitate to call Alauddin Khilji one of the most violent rulers ever recorded. Again, the book Fatwa-i-Jahandari is a political book written by Barani, Jauddin Barani. This is also on his excellent books written in Persian language. In these books, he called Firoz Shah Tughlaq the best ruler of Delhi, but called Muhammad Ghazani the best ruler of Islam. The literacy value of Chiauddin Barani's work lies in the fact that he was brought out all the issues of contemporary Indian society, culture, music, law, politics at the interesting of history and politics. He did not take up a describe the virtues of a ruler. Uh, he also pointed out their bad points. After serving his Nadim for a 70 long during the region of Muhammad bin Tughlaq and reaching him final peak of his professional life by being very and dear to him. He did not mention Muhammad bin Tughlaq in any of his two books. On the other hand, in John, he is has bad aspects in a smooth way. Based historiography was not the style of the writing. This is my references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Khatun Madam. Thank you so much. Good
Thank you,
presentation.
sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, call you Neha Singh Yadav, Assistant Professor, Department of Intellectual Disability, Special Education, Dr. Sakuntala Misra, National Rehabilitation University, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. Neha Singh Yadav. Are you present? Neha Singh Yadav. Next, 108, Sangeeta Kadam, Assistant Professor, Education, B.Ed College, Nirmala Institute of Education, Altinho, Panji, Goa. Sangeeta Kadam. Next, Suman Surendranath Sharma, Assistant Professor, Commerce, St. Joseph College of Art and
जी,
Commerce, Mumbai.
जी, good morning, sorry, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
Everyone,
ma'am.
everyone, good morning, good afternoon, sir. So it is my totally first presentation, so I'm trying my best to give to you. Today, as my topic is multidisciplinary research in tribal development in India, policies and program. First of all, I would like to introduce myself in bit. My name is Suman Sharma, and I'm assistant professor specializing in social development. Like I'm a NSS program officer, so I'm so much understanding of the tribal communities in India. So I'm too much excited to share my on this research. So I took some focus on that Warli gaon in a Mumbai nearby. In this presentation, I'll try my best to explore that unique culture, social activities, economic dimension of this community and exam effectiveness of various policies and program. One of the main focus is that our tribal is there and how to develop. So there is a so many things. They are having a self-help group as well as the government are doing so many activities to easy to develop our India, because in uh, now our village it is one of the assets. So so we try to develop. So my objective is to highlight approaches that not only enhance the tribal welfare but also to preserve the rich culture in heritage. So some kind of the I'll give some summary which kind of the things are happened in my that presentation. The Warli tribe, one of the India's indigenous group, preliminary inhabited in the region of Maharashtra, because I'm belonging from the Mumbai, so I took that tribal one topic, that village. So it is a significant concentration of the Palghar district nearby Mumbai. Warli develop has gained attention due to the multi-dimension challenges. बहुत सारे challenges है, cultural richness है वहाँ पे, तो हमको उनको develop कैसे करना है? तो this paper examining the viral tribes, social economic development, cultural dynamic through the multidisciplinary approaches. We have the so many multidisciplinary approach, so we can easy to develop over the tribal area. So there is some key aspect like a Forest Right Act, economic initiative, healthcare improvement, education intervention to tribal, and furthermore, this paper explores so many impact initiative of the Warli community because Warli painting is so famous and that village, tribal village. So it is a part of how much there is. It is a one kind of the plan to develop this area. So it is integrating tribal development projects, the role of NGOs, national skills development, market assess. So there is a progress have been achieved. The Warli is still facing some challenges like a poverty, education, healthcare. So in that my presentation, so many I that conclude some areas. So I'm trying my best to first giving the economic background of the Warli. We tried to first to give the economic background to our the that people to be easy to develop that area. So the Warli tributes traditionally relies on the what agriculture. So we try to give the some kind of the farming activities, seasonal farming, forest resources. So we can easy to have the wage labor. The second thing, the Forest Right Act 2006, they will try, the government are trying the best service or the plan and policy to that people. To Forest Right, one of the Act 2006, the Forest Right Act said that tribal community legal right over the forest land and had the traditionally use because they had don't have too much machine, so they use the word manually because it is a part of to how much earning is well in this. Second part, it is a Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, that is a part of Manrega. So government also trying to more and more what helping stabilize the rural income and the build local infrastructure and they indirectly support agriculture and transportation. My third point says how to plan and policy to develop the tribal area, skill development and self-help group. पहले उनको self-help group करवा दीजिए. Then it is easy to over the development of our tribal area. Like a Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana have equipped Warli youth with the skills in craft, digital literacy, and the business management. So it will very easy or it is a part of the called as a micro financing or the small business in their hand. नेक्स्ट थिंग इज अ इकोनॉमिक्स तो हो गया. नाउ अब हम एजुकेशन से उनको कैसे डेवलप कर सकते हैं. फर्स्ट ऑफ एक्लोवे मॉडल रेसिडेंशियल स्कूल्स, there is a it is a part of the those are the remote region, we cannot easy to go over there, so government are providing the facilities of the to increasing the literacy rates of their people. So they try to help ourselves and easy to what try to develop. First most important is the education. Without the education the person is not easy to think say what's going on in area. So try to give the best educational outcome and reducing dropout rates. Why the reducing dropout rates? Because it's far from the urban area to rural area. So we try in this. Next one is about health assessment and Ayushman Bharat. Again, health is come first. Health always given the priority. अगर हेल्थ अच्छा होगा तो ही हम सब कर पाएंगे. तो गवर्नमेंट आर गिविंग अ प्लान एंड पॉलिसी टू द ट्राइबल एरिया. आयुष्मान भारत एंड जन आरोग्य योजना schemes ensure health care for the Warli communities, and this ensure कवरेज ऑफ द लो इनकम ट्राइबल फैमिलीज जिनके पास इतना कवरिंग नहीं हो पा रहा है, तो उनके लिए हमने क्या किया, लो लेवल ट्राइबल फैमिलीज दिया है. तो गवर्नमेंट ट्राइंग द बेस्ट एंड द मोबाइल हेल्थ यूनिट regularly visit the Warli village and enhancing healthcare access. Next, it is the role of Warli art. क्योंकि this a Warli गांव, it is a famous for the Warli art. So we try to more and more giving the opportunities to them. So what there is a kind of कि थोड़ा सा क्या होगा, एक tribal development आएगा and they will earn the income. Next one, it is integrated tribal development project. So government are giving a more and more projects of that development to close that between the gap of the rural area or urban area. There is so much challenges like a poverty, economic vulnerability, education, digital divide, environmental, culture impact. But we try our best key will give the more and more best to them. The government are trying. And finally, and conclude this multidisciplinary approach of the Warli tribal development, addressing the land rights, economic empowerment, education, and healthcare, has fostered progress, but also highlight the gap in the sustainable development. So these are the policy to have the social cultural fabrics of the Warli and the indigenous group, and the fostering or the including development that preserve traditional values while promoting modern opportunities. तो ये गांव में भी, गांव का भी एक फेमस हो जाएगा, उनकी वार्ली पेंटिंग भी फेमस हो जाएगी, और उनके वो अपने गांव में भी रहेंगे. दे नॉट नीड टू माइग्रेट फ्रॉम द अर्बन एरिया. तो थैंक यू so much to listening so patiently. So I try my best to give the best for the development in the tribal area. There is so many plan and policy. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
हाँ
Good
जी जी, thank you,
presentation.
sir.
And
Thank you, sir.
next presenter, Dr. Manjeet Kaur, आधुनिक हिंदी काव्य में नारी चेतना, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर हिंदी, दयानंद महिला महाविद्यालय कुरुक्षेत्र हरियाणा. Manjeet Kaur ma'am, are you present? Manjeet ma'am. Next, Mineet Arora, research scholar, computer science, SGRR University. Mineet Arora, are you present? Next, Neelam Bali ma'am. Neelam Bali.
Yes, sir, Neelam Bali. I'm present.
Okay, ma'am.
Sir, I am present.
Okay.
Sir,
अच्छा,
Mineet Arora, sir.
Okay. Neelam Bali ma'am, please wait. Mineet Arora ma'am, continue.
Yeah, sir, I am Mineet Arora.
Oh,
I
okay.
am associate professor and research scholar in SGRR University. And I am a research scholar in computer science. So my topic is similar, related in the discipline of computer science. But how it relates to tribal, it is forest fire detection basically. So my topic is on forest fire detection, and what currently I am presenting is not able to share my screen. Okay, I am presenting comparative study of forest fire detection using machine learning. Okay, so what the first of all, that is the introduction, that introduction part is that we all know the harmful effects of forest fire. They spread in a large number. Large number of forest fires are existing in various parts of the country, and in fact the world, and they are damaging the ecosystem, and they are damaging the entire area, wildlife, and obviously the tribal population living there. And there are, as per some statistics, 60,000 to 80,000 forest fires are occurring every year. And how they damage, they lost the valuable wood resources are damaged. Then there is a loss of wildlife, as I said, loss of human life also sometimes, and global warming is also caused due to forest fire. Now we have the various methods of detecting the forest fires. One is watchtower, that somebody physically examines the existence of fires. Then there are certain other mechanisms, modern mechanisms that are used, like wireless sensor networks and IoT devices, Internet of Things devices. Like we just implant sensor, and when there is smoke, they can detect that there is a fire. Then there are some machine learning techniques that can be used to analyze the data from forest fires, like SVM is there, support vector machine. Then regression is there, decision tree is there, random forest is there, and there is a image based approach. Based approach is that satellite images you see in fire, and that you can analyze using a technique which is known as CNN. It is a computer image vision technique that can examine the image of fire and find out whether it is fire or not. Sometimes it is fog, sometimes it is other things that appear like fire, which may or may not be fire. So our approach is, our objective is to quickly detect the fire, because fire quickly spreads to a large area. Then IoT sensors, first of all, I have discussed that IoT sensors are basically sensor devices that are implanted in various areas, and they detect the presence of smoke, they detect the presence of fire, and then the data from the sensors can be analyzed. Then there are the machine learning techniques are there, like regression is there. Regression is basically it is a technique that you try to relate the various variables. For example, if the temperature is high, it is possible that there could be fire. If the humidity is there, there is a possibility that there is fire. So what is the relationship between temperature, humidity, and other parameters which can indicate that there is a fire? Then we have various techniques like decision trees there, random forest is there, nav bias is there. We can use support vector machine is there. We can use these techniques and analyze the data that we get from the sensors. Then the approach that I am discussing right now, image based approach is there, CNN is there. CNN is known as convolution neural network. It is in two steps. Convolution step is there and pooling step is there. Basically collect the data and then try to analyze that data, whether that data is in the form of image of forest fire, and then try to see if there can be a fire or not. Then there is a hybrid approach. Hybrid approach means that we can combine sensor approach and CNN approach base both. Then it will give the advantages of both sensor approach and CNN approach. Like sensors also we can use, and CNN also we can use on the sensors and analyze the data. So my conclusion is that the forest fires, we should detect the forest fires as quickly as possible, and these forest fires can be quickly detected only in the case of only if we use techniques. We should use the combination techniques, like we should use CNN also, hybrid also, and we should use machine learning also, so that it can quickly detect the forest fire. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Nice presentation, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
And next, Neelam Bali, ma'am. Neelam
Yes,
Bali,
sir.
ma'am.
Yes,
Ji, ma'am.
yes, sir.
Ji, ma'am. Continue, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all. I'm Neelam Bali, research scholar in Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. And the title of my paper is The Development of Imagination Through the Story Method in the Primary School Children. And the introduction part is, nowadays there are many visual medias or the other media that influence the children's imagination, and the child's imaginations begins to decline. This is due to the existence of the visual media that makes it easier for someone to tell the story through the several pictures or to show the event of the story directly. There are several things that need the attention in the story so that it is an direction and not in the negative direction. In developing the child's imagination, it is a necessary to pay the attention to the several things related to child's imagination, such as characteristics of the child and some of the stories that don't contain the element of the sad story. The children's literature is an imaginative work in which the center of the story is the children's themselves, and the content in the children's literature is in the form of the children's experience and the knowledge that can be reached and understood by the children. Children's literature generally contain the stories that are simple and often occurs, and the stories are also in the form of the fantasy and the stories that may not make the sense to the adults. Stories in the children's literature must be interesting so the children don't get bored while reading them. There are three requirements for the literary work to be called the children's literature. Namely, first one is the main character in the story are the children, and the relation. Second is the relationship of the ideas, themes, and language is simple. And don't forget to also contain the moral teaching. The third one is the children's storybooks are very useful for training the children's thinking and imagination. And when dealing with the story, and the child will visualize the story according to his imagination. Therefore, it's a fact that the children's storybooks are effectively used to teach the existing learning content to the students. Learning to use the children's storybooks is also more in line with the characteristics of the children who are in the concrete operational stage. In stories, students will be faced with a story that can be directly related to their life and experience in the real world, and the values and the learning materials can be revealed by utilizing the play, setting, and the storyline in it. There are the characteristics of the child's imagination. First is subjective. Imagination is a subjective, meaning that it is only experienced by the individual concerned and developed on the individual condition of each. Second is realized, and the imagination that is being experienced by the person takes place in the conscious realm, meaning that the person concerned is aware of all the processes and the activities of his imagination. And third is our freedom. The process of imagination takes place in the free state without being bound by the provisions of the certain rules that usually occur in the real world. Next is imaginary. It means imagination and the imaginary fantasy. That is something that exists within the imaginary and the non-existent in the real world. Cognition in the sensing and observing the occurs because there is observation activity on the environment with all form of the stimulation received by the sensory organs and the receptors. And based on the assumption on the something that doesn't exist, the assumptions that are made in the building the imagination are usually based on things that are actually don't exist in the real world. The development on the children's cognitive and imagination. The cognitive development in the children must be interesting and the appropriate method for the children. Several ways can be done by the children in developing the cognitive development in the children, including using by the story method, in which this method is a method of providing the information, transforming knowledge, sharpening the imagination, and giving the new knowledge to the children, which is carried out orally and in writing. The stories that will be presented at this child must be able to invite the attention and being interesting for the children. Besides that, it doesn't get out the actual learning objectives that will be given. Story method means is a one of the learning method that can be applied in the early childhood learning. This application of the story method to early childhood can be given orally and also with the help of media that supports the visualization of the characters in the story. Storytelling is an attempt to communicate event by improving the words, pictures, and sounds to make more lively. Story tales are the storytelling activity in which, in addition to increasing the children's imagination, they also have a moral message to convey by the storyteller. This is also related to interactive storytelling, where there is an interaction between the audience and the listener with the storytellers, stories, and even each others. The advantage of the storytelling methods are it can be used for a large number of the children, makes the time they have a efficient and effective, organize the classes easily, makes it easier for the teacher in the form of the mastery of the class, costless, and this method is effective for the use in the early childhood. In addition, this method also has the advantages such as being easy to apply in the learning activity, containing the good values, can train the social emotional in the children, and can develop the imagination, the language in the children. There are factors in the storytelling, and the story that is told, as for the story that will be told to the children, should not be contain the element of the excessive sadness and the excessive crime, because this is a considered not suitable for the children of the early childhood. In conveying the story, excessive fantasy is not allowed without being accompanied by the logical explanation to the child. The story that will be presented to the children must be in line with the circumstances of the
Conclude.
environment around the child. Uh, the story that will be presented must contain the good values, not a story that poison the child of the children. Last, the conclusion of my this title and we can say that the paper developing the children's imagination needs to pay the attention to the several things related to things such as the characteristics of the child, the type of story, the structure of the story, and the method of to be used. Use the language that is easy to understand. attractive illustrations and design in such a way that it is fits what you want, and there are a number of the things that need to be considered in some stories, so that there is a positive direction and in the negative direction which causes the children to experience the several symptoms such as a fear, trauma, illusions, daydreams, or some familiar things. Using the story methods, one need to pay the attention to the structure of the story and the element of the story can somewhat convey the content of the story. So it's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And next presenter, Pankaj Sonkar, Mr.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have presented, sir.
Okay, sir. Continue, sir.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, visible to all?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. My second presentations, and my presentation's topic is microbial hydrogens productions. सबसे पहले इंट्रोडक्शंस की हम बात करते हैं कि वे हाइड्रोजन गैस जो कि फोटोसिंथेटिक माइक्रोब्स, जैसे अगर हम बात करें साइनोबैक्टीरिया हो गया, ग्रीन शैवाल हो गया, एडीसी के द्वारा हम जो भी हमारे वेस्ट मटेरियल्स होते हैं उनको माइक्रोबियल फर्मेंटेशन से प्रोड्यूस होती है, जिसे हम हाइड्रोजन गैस कहते हैं। इसे माइक्रोबियल हाइड्रोजन गैस या बायो हाइड्रोजन गैस के नाम से भी हम जानते हैं। फोटोसिंथेटिक माइक्रोब्स जो होते हैं, फोटोसिंथेसिस की लाइट की रिएक्शंस के दौरान ये प्रोड्यूस प्रोटॉन को हाइड्रोजन एंजाइम की प्रेजेंस में हाइड्रोजन गैस में रिड्यूस कर देते हैं। सबसे पहले हम इसके कैरेक्टर्स की बात करते हैं, तो कैरेक्टर्स में आता है कि ये एक प्रकार की कलरलेस गैस होती है। सेकेंड पॉइंट, यह ऑक्सीजन के साथ रिएक्ट होकर वाटर बनाती है। थर्ड पॉइंट की हम बात करें, प्रोटॉन फोटोसिंथेसिस माइक्रोब्स के द्वारा हाइड्रोजन गैस में रिड्यूस होती है और ये हाइड्रोजन गैस एक चीफ गैस होती है। इसका मॉलिक्यूलर वेट 1.008 होता है और इसमें किसी भी प्रकार का कोई पॉल्यूशन क्रिएट नहीं होता है। अगर हम इसके प्रोडक्शंस की बात करें तो हम प्रोडक्शंस में बताएंगे, जब भी हम फोटोसिंथेटिक माइक्रोब्स फोटोसिंथेसिस की लाइट की रिएक्शंस के दौरान वाटर से अवगतन से प्रोटॉन को मुक्त करते हैं, तब यह हाइड्रोजन एंजाइम की प्रेजेंस में हाइड्रोजन रिलीज करके हाइड्रोजन गैस में रिड्यूस कर देता है। हाइड्रोजन प्रोडक्शन में यूज होने वाले माइक्रोब की अगर हम बात करें तो पहला होता है साइनोबैक्टीरिया, जिसमें हमारी जो स्पीसीज आती है एनाबेना एजोला, एनाबेना लैंड्रिका, स्पाइरुलिना। सेकंड आता है हमारा ग्रीन शैवाल, इसमें क्लेमाइडोमोनास, लोरिला एंड एस्कोफाइलम नोडुसम। अब आता है हाइड्रोजन गैस के प्रोडक्शंस की बात करें तो हाइड्रोजन गैस के प्रोडक्शंस के लिए निम्नलिखित हम मेथड का यूज कर सकते हैं, जैसा पहला आता है एनाएरोबिक माइक्रोब्स के द्वारा, सेकंड आता है फोटोसिंथेटिक शैवाल के द्वारा। फर्स्ट हम एनाएरोबिक माइक्रोब्स की बात करें तो ये बैक्टीरिया जो होता है एनाएरोबिक रेस्पिरेशंस के द्वारा सबस्ट्रेट का ऑक्सीडेशंस करने के लिए प्रोडक्शंस क्या था रेस्पिरेशंस के दौरान सबस्ट्रेट का ऑक्सीडेशन करने के लिए एनएडी को एनएडीएच में रिड्यूस कर देता है तथा एनएडीएच के ऑक्सीडेशन से एनएडी और प्रोटॉन मुक्त होते हैं और ये प्रोटॉन हाइड्रोजन एंजाइम की प्रेजेंस में हाइड्रोजन गैस में रिड्यूस हो जाते हैं। यहाँ पे अगर हम एनएडी और एनएडीएच की बात करें तो ये एक प्रकार के को एंजाइम्स होते हैं और सबस्ट्रेट के रूप में हम प्लांट या एनिमल ले सकते हैं। अब फोटोसिंथेटिक की बात करें तो हम फोटोसिंथेटिक शैवाल के द्वारा कई टाइप के फोटोसिंथेटिक शैवाल फोटोसिंथेसिस के दौरान हाइड्रोजन्स का प्रोडक्शंस करते हैं, इसलिए इन फोटोसिंथेटिक शैवाल को एक विशेष प्रकार के बायोरिएक्टर, जिसे हम बायो फर्टिलाइजर के द्वारा बायोरिएक्टर के द्वारा लार्ज स्केल पर कल्टीवेट करके हाइड्रोजन गैस का प्रोडक्शन कर सकते हैं। फोटो बायोरिएक्टर ट्रांसपेरेंट होता है, जिसमें फोटोसिंथेटिक शैवाल जो होती है वो सोलर एनर्जी को यूटिलाइज करके हाइड्रोजन गैस का प्रोडक्शन करते हैं। अब अगर हम बात करें कि इसके बेनिफिट की, तो पहला बेनिफिट में इसमें हम बता सकते हैं कि जो हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल या बायो हाइड्रोजन का यूज हम मुख्य रूप से हम फ्यूल के रूप में कर सकते हैं। अगर हम फ्यूचर में अगर हम बात करें तो कई कार कंपनीज जो होती है जो हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल से चलने वाले इंजन डेवलप किए हैं, जैसे अगर हम बात करें होंडा, टोयोटा, BMW या होंडा फॉक्स। सेकंड पॉइंट की अगर हम बात करें तो हाइड्रोजन का यूज एरोप्लेन में फ्यूल के रूप में हम कर सकते हैं। हाइड्रोजन से जलने से किसी भी प्रकार का इसका पॉल्यूशन क्रिएट नहीं होता है। कंक्लूजन की अगर हम बात करें तो कंक्लूजन में अगर बात करें तो बायोहाइड्रोजन्स फ्यूचर और भविष्य में अनुप्रयोगों के लिए एक स्वस्थ और हरित और अत्यधिक कुशल ईंधन के रूप में हम इसका यूज कर सकते हैं। सर थैंक यू सो मच सर।
थैंक यू सो मच अंकल सर।
हाँ थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
ओके सर, वेलकम सर।
नेक्स्ट मीता सोलंकी, मीता सोलंकी, भारतीय दर्शन में पंच तत्व की अवधारणा, रिसर्च स्कॉलर फिलोसफी, माधव आर्ट कॉलेज उज्जैन। माधव सोलंकी, मीता सोलंकी।
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Padmini. My research paper on tribal community development in India, sir.
क्या नाम बताई मैम? नेक्स्ट विजय कुमार तुरकर। विजय कुमार सर, रिसर्च स्कॉलर जियोलॉजी, रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर यूनिवर्सिटी भोपाल। एंड नेक्स्ट जेम्स रॉबर्ट।
Yes, sir. James Robert is here.
असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर साइकोलॉजी, बेंगलुरु। जी सर।
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
So my topic is digital learning in tribal areas. Actually, I'm talking about the challenges and opportunities among the tribal areas.
Yeah.
The introduction is, sir, I'm unable to share the screen, so I'll just talk about it, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay. Continue, sir.
Okay, sir. So digital learning, we know all about digital learning. Everywhere it is digitalized right now, but how the people from tribal areas, they are suffering from, they are not able to afford this digital learning due to so many factors. So I'm going to talk about it. So digital learning has the potential to transform education in India's tribal areas by providing access to quality resources and bridging educational gaps. Despite these hurdles, digital education offers unique opportunities to address educational inequalities in tribal communities. This study particularly explores both the challenges and potential solutions for digital learning in tribal areas with a focus on enhancing accessibility and inclusivity. I have some research questions, objectives. So my first research question is, what are the main barriers to implementing digital learning in tribal areas? The second research question is, how can digital learning be optimized for the unique needs of the tribal students? And the third one is, what policies and interventions can support digital learning in these communities? The reason for conducting this study is tribal areas in India face significant educational disadvantages due to geographical isolation, limited access to quality schools, and a lack of trained teachers, making digital learning a potential equalizer. Many tribal communities have inadequate digital infrastructure, including internet connectivity and digital access, which highlights the need to study the address these barriers for effective digital learning. Understanding the specific challenges and opportunities for digital learning in tribal areas can guide policymakers in developing targeted interventions that promote educational equity in these underserved regions. As digital literacy becomes increasingly important for economic mobility, this study can help identify ways to empower tribal youth with digital skills, thus improving their employment opportunities and overall social development. So my study will be a qualitative study. I'll be using purpose sampling method. I am planning to conduct the study among 500 tribal students in Tamil Nadu. I will mostly be conducting interviews and focus group discussion. And from the analysis part, I'll be doing thematic analysis since it is a quality study. And the conclusion of the study will be the digital learning holds transformative potential for bridging educational disparities in India's tribal regions, but significant challenges still remain. This study highlights critical barriers such as infrastructure, economic constraints, low digital literacy, and cultural mismatches in educational context. By addressing these issues through targeted interventions, including infrastructure investments, financial support, teacher training, and culturally relevant content, digital learning can become a powerful tool for these people. Collective efforts between governments, NGOs, and local communities are also very much essential to create a sustainable and impactful digital learning ecosystem. And yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Robert, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Next participant, Dr. Praful Kumar, sir, Associate Professor, Marketing, Astha School of Management, Bhubaneswar.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to all. Sir, I, Dr. Praful Kumar Padi. Right now, I am going to present a research paper on smart city and tribal economic development, a literature review on one-day national conference on multidisciplinary research in tribal development in India, policies and programs, as on date 10th November 2024. My topic is smart city and tribal economic development. What is my abstract? Very neatly that due to development of the smart city, geographical area of the smart city or urban, it is expanded to rural and tribal areas. And in this view, the facilities also somehow it is extended to a part of tribal area and the rural area. However, to make the coexistence and the coexistence of the facilities used by both tribal area and the urban people, a smart ecosystem is designed to strengthen the physical, social, and economical infrastructure to engage the tribal economy. Introducing my topic herein, the basic infrastructure like road, bridge, digital access, school, hospitals, and hospital connect to the countryside or tribal areas of the smart city. However, the people access the facilities for their development when they came to the city. As for Trovin et al. 2020, he has stated that smart city has a vision to provide better life, environment-friendly society, and smart mobility to the citizens. And it is seen somehow the tribal peoples, they also take the benefit out of it, whereas Soe RM et al. 2023 advises about the roadmap for the coexistence of urban and regional area positively. My literature review contains smart city and tribal development, basic connecting infrastructures, economic development, social development, smart city and tribal economic development. Coming to my literature review, out of 100 literatures, I took few literatures for presentation. Kumar A. N. Chandran et al. 2024. According to them, the population from village and tribal area are migrating towards urban areas in the view of quality education, infrastructure, employment, and sophisticated life and modernized living. Here, Rajendra Kumar S. et al. 2024 also have given that the mobility as the model of user-friendly interface for native nest who contributes to the socio-economic development of the tribals with the initiative. And they also say that the mobility of the user-friendly not only used by the regional people but also the tribals and also urban people. It enables cultural enhancements, expands the market share of the tribal area. How the tribal areas, arts and expressions, creating a more comprehensive and sustainable marketplace for the tribal people in the place of urban and in their also village. The objective of the study is to identify the relationship of the smart city and tribal economic developments, if any, in reference to the connectivity and coexistence of the tribal and regional and urban people who are focused in this study, in our holistic society. I will give one example, sir. I have seen the smart city of Rourkela, Bhubaneswar, Pune, and the connecting tribal areas ranging from Durgapur Chhotnagpur Range Hill, from Pune to Raurkela, Ranchi, all these areas. And it is seen that how it is in that the expansion of the city degraded and used mostly by the urban taekwondo, business taekwondo. Now the point is that how can we cannot stop it, but how can we serve to the tribal people and bring them to the mainstream for serving them? The coexistence of social connectivity, sharing of the service, and collective living amenities will bring together both tribal and urban peoples for better living. If the police will make for not only for the urban development or smart city development, but also little bit or moreover some percentage of development should take keen interest on the tribal development. When the facilities are spreading to the tribal area, definitely the tribal people will be benefited from the hospitality, health, education, income generation activity in both urban and also in their village. This is my kind submission to you, sir. I have concluding with this statement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Praful sir. Nice presentation, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next, Tuhina Chaube, Assistant Professor, Kalinga University, Kotani, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. Tuhina,
Sir,
ma'am.
I'm Dr. Padmini. I have emailed a full paper also, sir, abstract as well as full paper on tribal development. Can I present, sir?
मैम
Yes, sir.
आपका सीरियल नंबर कितना है मैम? Next, Sumira Madam, Assistant Professor, English, Arts and Humanities, Kalinga University, Naya Raipur. Sumira Madam, are you present, ma'am? Next, Karina Saini.
Present, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Continue, ma'am.
So give me a second to share my screen.
Okay.
Sorry, sir, I'm unable to share my screen as for now. Very good afternoon, everyone. I, Karina Saini, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Maharishi Dyanand University, Rohtak. My topic for research is Women in Leadership, Challenges and Opportunities in Corporate Governance. Let me start with the keywords of my topic, which will help in better understanding of my work. Leadership. Leadership is the action of leading a group of people. It includes communicating well with your subordinates, building trust, providing comforting environment, etc. Challenges and opportunities. Challenge is a new or difficult task that tests somebody's ability and skill, whereas opportunity is a situation in which it is possible to do something that you really want to do. And corporate governance means the system by which companies are directed and controlled. In today's world, women have proved themselves, if not better, but equal to men in every field. They have also emerged as great leaders. For example, our president, Draupadi Murmu, is a woman and leading our country very well. If I talk about companies, there are women which are leading companies in a very good way. For example, Beena Modi is CMD of Goodfry Philips India. Then there are also women entrepreneurs like Ghazal Singh. She's a co-founder of Mama Earth. My motive for choosing this topic for research is to know what are the challenges women faced to become a leader and what are the opportunities and support they receive from the organization they are working in. My first objective will be to analyze the current representation of women in corporate leadership roles, that I'll examine trends regarding women in executive positions and on corporate boards in industries. My second objective will be to identify what are the primary challenges faced by women in leadership roles within corporate government, in which I will explore barriers like gender biasness, work-life imbalance, etc. My third objective will be to explore opportunities and initiatives that promote women's advancement in corporate leadership. For example, what are the programs, policies, training, flexible working hours provided to women so that they can work and lead company in a better way. And my fourth and the last objective will be to provide recommendation for improving gender diversity in corporate leadership, in which I'll suggest to increase female representation in leadership position. I'll analyze my data through secondary data collections, which I'll do through interviews of women entrepreneurs or women in leadership roles, research papers, articles, etc. In conclusion, I will say that it is important to give equality, provide proper mentorship for supporting women's growth into leadership role. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karina ma'am. Thank you. Next 121 series number है मनोरमा चौहान, डॉक्टर मनोरमा चौहान, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर सोशियोलॉजी, हरदा डिग्री कॉलेज हरदा. वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट टॉपिक है. डॉक्टर मनोरमा चौहान, आर यू प्रेजेंट मैम? नेक्स्ट राजकुमार, सोशल वेलफेयर प्रोग्राम, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर सोशियोलॉजी, SSMS degree college and affiliated by the Nilambar Pitambar University, Palamu, Jharkhand. Rajkumar sir. Rohini Soplin.
Sir, can I present, sir? Just 3 minutes I will present, sir.
मैम आपका नंबर जब आएगा तो आपको कॉल कर दिया
Number,
जाएगा. अभी
Brajesh sir, not given standby, sir. Emailed full paper also, just 3 minutes, sir.
ओके
Thank
ओके
you,
मैम
sir.
जब
Thank
आपके
you, sir.
नंबर
Thank you,
मैम
sir. Thank you, sir. Oral presentation I will do it,
मैम
sir. The
मैम
technical issues. Yes, sir.
मैम
Yes, sir.
अभी जब आपका नंबर आएगा कॉल कर दिया जाएगा मैम. अभी बहुत सारे पार्टिसिपेंट हैं मैम.
I am in
प्लीज
sir, busy schedule, sir.
प्लीज
That
मैम.
is why. Tomorrow I will speak to Brajesh sir, sir. Kindly, sir. Just 2 minutes give me, sir.
Okay, continue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And title of my paper, an empirical research study on tribal community development in India with a special reference to Karnataka. According to 2011 census, the tribal population in Indian economy has recorded 10.45 crore, that is 8.6% during the year 2021. The government of India declared that 15th of November as Janjatiya Gaurava Divas to tribal freedom fighters and remembers their contribution to India's freedom struggle and cultural heritage. Major schemes of the Ministry of Education, multi-sectoral schemes, that is, grant to states grants under Article 275(1), plan for development of PVTG Pradhan Mantri Adi Adarsha Grama Yojana, livelihood, Prime Minister, Tribal Development Mission, then Venture Capital Fund for Scheduled Tribes exclusively, logistics and marketing system of tribal products in the Northeast, assistance to NSTFDC research, monitoring and evaluation support to tribal research institutes exclusively, and Center of Excellence COEs, monitoring and evaluation programs, surveys and social audit, non-government organizations, that is NGOs, pre-metric scholarship schemes exclusively for scheduled tribe students, post-metric scholarship schemes, national scholarship schemes, Ekalavya Model Residential School EMRs, national fellowship schemes for tribal students, national overseas scholarship schemes, post-matric scholarship schemes, national fellowship schemes for tribal students, national overseas scholarship schemes. These schemes have helped a lot to enhance the educational level among tribal students. Major objective of my study is to examine the tribal community development in Indian economy with special reference to Karnataka, and specific objective of my study is to examine the impact of tribal development programs in enhancing the tribal community development in India in general and Karnataka in specific. Nature and source of the data, the secondary database used with the help of the economic survey, census reports, and internet. I have got secondary database authentic information. With the help of the primary interview, only 50 tribal people I have interviewed related to whether they are aware about the successful implementation of these tribal community development all over India. Few of the tribal people that have opined that they are aware about the successfully implemented tribal development programs in all India level, and remaining the tribal people, they are even uneven in rural areas. They are not much aware about the special tribal development programs implemented by Indian government. Related to health status of tribal community and their infrastructure facilities, I have worked out in my study. The Union Budget 2024-25 has further indeed the allocation of 13,000 crore for the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, reflecting a 73.60% increase over the previous years, estimated on October 2nd, 2024. Shri Narendra Modi ji launched this program. The long list of tribes in Karnataka I have worked out, sir. Then Bedara community tribes, then Nayaka community, Hakipiki tribe, then Kuruba tribe, Jenu Kuruba tribe, Kadu Kuruba tribe. These are the major. Then Soliga tribe community have examined what socio-economic living conditions they are having, what infrastructure they are having, what problems they are facing. Then Gond and Nayaka community have considered as dominant tribal communities in the 30 districts of Karnataka state. All these, it is evident from the data and information that compared to earlier years, tribal community development has happened because of the successful implementation of tribal development programs from all India government, central government. I hope surely the contribution from tribal community enhances the overall development of Indian economy and per capita income of the tribal community. I am highly thankful for giving me the opportunity to present my paper related to an empirical analysis of tribal community development in Indian economy with special reference to Karnataka. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Rohini Shapnil Dhikale, Assistant Professor Law and BT Law College, FPPU University. Rohini ma'am, are you present, ma'am? Rohini ma'am. Next, Swan Singh.
Yes, sir.
Please continue, sir.
So please allow me to share the previous screen.
Okay, sir. Ji, sir. Continue, sir.
Thank you, sir. Myself, Swan Singh, research scholar, KTHM College, Nasik. Sir, slide को आगे shift करें, please. Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, slide को shift करें, next slide. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So my topic is impact of terrorism on trans-men's practices of tribal communities in the Peer Panjal range of Jammu and Kashmir. Uh, Basically, trans-men's is a traditional practice characterized by the seasonal movement of livestock, wherein animals are generally relocated to elevated terrains during the summer months and descend to the lower altitudes in the winter. This tradition is upheld by numerous tribal groups residing in the Peer Panjal range of Jammu and Kashmir, notably the Gujar and Bakarwal tribes of Jammu and Kashmir. According to the 2011 census, Gujar and Bakarwal, these two tribal groups constitute about 70% of the tribal population in the Jammu and Kashmir. The practice of seasonal migration facilitated the effective management of livestock grazing and the continuation of traditional practices, which play a critical role in ensuring their socioeconomic stability. With the onset of summer, typically around April, these tribal communities commence their migration to elevated pastures. They inhabit these elevated regions throughout the summer months. The lush green meadows in these areas provide significant grazing opportunities for their livestock. As winter approaches, these tribal communities, terrorism in J&K. The persistent challenge of terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir can be traced back to 1947. Before the Peer Panjal came into play, the Kashmir region was primarily recognized for its intense militant activities. Recently, there has been a considerable shift in the focus of terrorism, with a rising concentration of such activities now observed in the Peer Panjal range of Jammu province, especially in southern Peer Panjal range of Jammu and Kashmir. This shift can be attributed to several factors, primarily the uneven terrain of the Peer Panjal region. The area is distinguished by vast forest landscapes, caves, and hidden sites that provide natural shelter for terrorists, thus making it difficult for security forces to track their movements. The interplay between terrorism and signifies the broader socio-political tension present in the region. Unfortunately, this traditional lifestyle is increasingly jeopardized by the persistent violence and terrorism in the region. The impact of terrorism not only jeopardize but also affect their socioeconomic conditions at a great extent. Study area. The study area of my topic is the Peer Panjal range, which is the northern part of the Indian subcontinent, constitute a significant mountain range in the western Himalayas, predominantly found in the state in Jammu and Kashmir region. The geographical stretch of the Peer Panjal range initiates at the Neelam River in the western region of the Pakistan occupied Kashmir, continue through southern Jammu and Kashmir, and extend to the upper Beas River in the northern west region of Himachal Pradesh. In Jammu province, the Peer Panjal range stretches from Punch in the west to Doda in the east. This mountain range is known for its harsh terrain, steep elevations, and numerous snow-capped peaks. The Peer Panjal is renowned for its breathtaking scenery characterized by lush meadows, thick forest, and glacial rivers. The region experiences a temperate climate featuring significant snowfall in the winter months. Objectives of my study. The first objective is to analyze the impact of terrorism on trans men's practice of tribal communities in the Peer Panjal range. And second objective is to identify the challenges faced by tribals due to the terrorism and to formulate strategic solution to address these challenges. The methodology that I have used in my research is a field survey in which a total of 40 tribal who practice transmens in the Peer Panjal range were purposely selected, and their interviews were conducted in their winter camps in Jammu Plains. Apart from this, I have conducted informal interviews with the tribals, and observation methods were also applied to get a comprehensive range of qualitative information. Additionally, the literature related to the transmen's practice of tribals is reviewed to provide a contextual understanding of these communities' traditional practices and seasonal migration. Qualitative data collected through observation and discussion were analyzed thematically, and some secondary data is also obtained from census reports of 2011. Results and discussions. Uh, Historically, the inhabitants of these mountains regions have dependent on the pasture lands of the Peer Panjal Mountains, which have played a crucial role in uplifting the socio-economic status of marginalized communities such as the Gujars and Bakarwas. The studies conducted by Abbas in 2018. The Gujjar and Bakrowal's findings from the field survey. Data gathered from 40 tribal practitioners of transmitters regarding the impact of terrorism in shaping their seasonal migration routes over 2 years indicate a profound impact on their decision-making process. A significant 40% of respondents indicate that terrorism has led them to alter their seasonal migration routes. 35% of respondents who continue to utilize traditional routes express a strong dedication to their cultural heritage despite the associated risk. 20% who have developed new routes suggest adaptability and resilience in response to changing circumstances. Meanwhile, 5% of tribal tribesmen said terrorism has not affected their routes. Sir, please shift to the next slide. The responses regarding how the presence of terrorism has influenced the timing of seasonal migration suggest a marked shift in the behavioral pattern of tribal tribesmen. The analysis reveals that 55% of respondents migrate before their standard routine. They express that this can lead to a reduction in the summer cycle. The shortening of the migration cycle may greatly influence the health and productivity of livestock, thereby affecting the economic well-being of the tribal tribesmen. On the other hand, 30% experience a delay in their migration due to preference for more stable condition before making the move. Additionally, 15% of respondent strategic solution to combat terrorism in the Pir Panjal range. Deployment of armed forces in strategic locations instead of heavy deployment. Recruiting local tribal youths in armed forces. Creation of rapid response teams. Community engagement, empowerment through training and awareness programs. Youth engagement program. Community-based security initiatives. Endorsement of tribal rights and their representation. These are some strategic solutions that can be implemented for the counter the terrorism. Then to conclude, sir, please shift to the next slide. Conclusion slide. The tribal communities residing in the Pir Panjal range exhibit remarkable resilience despite facing numerous challenges. Their dedication to transmittance practice allow them to successfully transmit their knowledge and cultural tradition to future generation. Disrupting seasonal migration pattern can lead to a scarcity of pastures for livestock, resulting in economic challenges. This economic burden can further intensify mental health challenges, leading to increased feeling of despair and hopelessness among these groups. That's all about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Son, sir. Next, Dr. Sadev Singh Makram, Assistant Professor, Fine Art, Government, MLB, Girls PG College, Bhopal.
जी सर.
Okay, sir. Continue, sir.
जी सर. मेरा टॉपिक है कला के क्षेत्र में गोंड चित्रकला का विकास, मध्य प्रदेश की गोंड जनजाति चित्रकला के विशेष संदर्भ में. जनजाति कला सामान्यतः एक निश्चित क्षेत्र में बसने वाले जनजातीय समुदाय विशेष के जन सामान्य द्वारा किया गया वह कला कर्म है जिसके मूल में शुभ का विचार होता है तथा जो अवसर विशेष से जुड़े अनुष्ठान एवं आवश्यकताओं को संपन्न करने हेतु किया जाता है. सामान्यतः यह कला कर्म आजीविका कमाने हेतु नहीं बल्कि अपने जीवन को प्रचलित विश्वासों और मान्यताओं के अनुरूप सुख शांतिमय बनाने हेतु पारलौकिक शक्तियों से आशीर्वाद प्राप्ति के लिए किया जाता है. जनजाति कला का इतिहास उतना ही पुराना है जितना कि भारतीय ग्रामीण सभ्यता का. दुर्भाग्यवश जनजाति कलाओं का कोई क्रमिक इतिहास आज उपलब्ध नहीं है. सिंधु घाटी की सभ्यता से मिले कुछ अवशेषों को भारतीय जनजाति कला के प्राचीनतम नमूने माना जा सकता है. उसके बाद इनका प्रामाणिक उल्लेख 20वीं सदी के मध्य से मिलना आरंभ होता है जब कुछ अंग्रेज विद्वानों ने भारतीय देशज कलाओं का सविस्तार प्रलेखन किया. इस संबंध में W.G. आर्चर, डॉक्टर वेरियर एल्विन, स्टेला क्रेमरिस, श्रीमती कमला देवी चट्टोपाध्याय के नाम प्रमुख हैं जिनके सघन अध्ययनों से भारतीय जनजाति कला आज विश्व जगत में अपना महत्वपूर्ण स्थान बना सकी. गोंड जनजाति चित्रकला। गोंड एक जनजातीय है। सन 1980 के पहले गोंड चित्रकला का नामकरण नहीं हुआ था। 1980 में भोपाल में भारत भवन नाम का कला संग्रहालय बन रहा था, जिसमें जनजाति कला, लोक कला, आधुनिक कला, साहित्य, संगीत, नाटक, सभी तरह के कला को संग्रह करना था। उस समय भारत भवन के रूपांकर विभाग के निर्देशक स्वर्गीय श्री जगदीश स्वामीनाथन थे। उन्होंने जनजाति कला संग्रह करने एवं जनजातीय कलाकारों की खोज के लिए एक टीम बनाई, जो महाकाशल क्षेत्र के जनजातीय कलाकारों, चित्रकारों को खोज कर उनसे चित्र बनवाना था। उस समय उस टीम के प्रमुख श्री विवेक टेबे जी थे, जो कि भोपाल के निवासी थे। यह टीम जब डिंडोरी मंडला जिले के जनजातीय गांव में पहुंची, तो उन्होंने देखा कि पूरा गांव भित्ति चित्रों से सजा हुआ था, क्योंकि उस समय उस समुदाय के लोगों में भित्ति चित्रण, मिट्टी के काम से घर की दीवारों को सजाने की समृद्ध परंपरा थी, जिसे वहां के जनजातियों द्वारा इसे ढिंगना कहा जाता था। इस गोंड जनजाति चित्रकला का आरंभ इस तरह भित्ति चित्रों से हुई, और इसमें पहले जो रंग प्रयोग होता था उसमें पीली मिट्टी, गेरू, काली मिट्टी, चूना, गोबर, महावर, नील आदि से दीवारों के चित्र बनाते थे। इस प्रकार कुछ गोंड जनजाति के लोगों को भारत भवन लाया गया, जिसमें जनगढ़ सिंह श्याम, नर्मदा प्रसाद टेकाम, सुभाष व्याम, दुर्गाबाई, कलाबाई आदि जनजाति कलाकार थे। पहले तो उनको ड्राइंग शीट में दिया गया, जिसमें चित्र बनवाया गया। फिर उन्होंने ड्राइंग शीट में चित्र बनाए। उनके बाद उनके द्वारा बनाए गए चित्र को देखकर जगदीश स्वामीनाथन जी ने काफी प्रभावित हुए। इसके बाद उनसे कैनवास में बहुत सारे चित्र बनवाए। साथ ही उनके बाद भारत भवन की दीवारों में उन कलाकारों से अनेक चित्र बनवाए। शुरुआती चित्रों की जो उनके जो विषय थे वो दैनिक जीवन से संबंधित थे, परंतु वर्तमान में उनके जो चित्र में समकालीन कला का प्रभाव दिखाई देता है। चूंकि ये कलाकार गोंड जनजाति के थे, इसलिए इस चित्रकला का नाम गोंड चित्रकला पड़ा। कुछ लेखकों ने उनकी जो इस नवविकसित शैली को जनगढ़ कलम नाम दिया था, क्योंकि उनमें जनगढ़ सिंह श्याम का नाम प्रमुख था। जनजातियों की यह पारंपरिक कला, जो कि इन नितांत निजी अनुष्ठानिक कर्म के रूप में थी और ग्रामीण अंचल के इर्द गिर्द दीवारों पर और धरती पर की जाती थी, जो अपनी सुंदर चटकीले रंगों और प्रकृति के अवयवों को साथ लिए हुए थी। अपनी सौंदर्यप्रद विशेषताओं के कारण व्यापक रूप ले चुकी है। अब इस प्रकार के चित्र कागजों और कैनवासों में पर भी बनाए जाने लगे हैं, और कलाकार निरंतर इसमें कार्य करते हुए सिद्धहस्त होता जा रहा है। आज तो स्थिति यह है कि अब यह हमारी समकालीन कला के साथ खड़ी नजर आती है। विभिन्न राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्पर्धा में भी यह चित्र प्रदर्शित किए जा रहे हैं, और यह कलाकार पुरस्कृत भी हो रहे हैं। लोग इस पर ऊंचे दाम लगा रहे हैं, और चित्र भी बाजारों में खरीदे बेचे जा रहे हैं। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Dr. Lakshmi Narayan, ma'am. Dr. Lakshmi Narayan, next. Dr. Lakshmi Narayan, are you present? 127, Priya NP, Assistant Professor Commerce, Carmel College, Autonomous, Mala. Anita Johnson. Anita Johnson. Dr. Kuber Singh Gurupan sir. Gurupan sir. Are you present, sir? Next, Bhavesh Bhaskar Soni. Bhavesh Bhaskar Soni. नेक्स्ट है स्नेहा आशीष सरकार। स्नेहा आशीष सरकार, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Kalinga University, Naya Raipur. Okay. Next, Om Prakash Markam. Next, Om Prakash Markam. Next, Dr. Shobna Singh, ma'am. Shobna Singh. Shobna Singh, ma'am. Assistant Professor, Art, Parul University, Baroda, Gujarat.
Good afternoon.
मैम आपका ऑडिएबल नहीं है मैम, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है.
Just a moment.
Okay.
Now is it audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm Dr. Shobna Singh, and it's a very informative and interesting session of yours, and I'm glad to be the part of this session. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And my topic today, which I'm going to talk about, is on the journey of tribals from sustainable development to the evolving entrepreneurship. So from the beginning of the session, I'm just listening, and I'm finding myself a little bit demotivated that how we are taking these tribes as aloof from our mainstream. What can be the reasons behind? And if we come across, we have seen so many things, many projects, many efforts by government and political leaders are taken up for the tribal development. But still, where is the lacuna? Where is the gap which we are not able to search after so much of time gap? So the real reason which I can pick through this particular paper presentation, I will be taking up that what are the reasons, what are the needs actually the tribes require. Are they not so well skilled, or are they not able to stand themselves in the national and international market? Or what is the gap? What is the realistic gap between the actual progress which is not allowing them to come in the mainstream? So with this note, with this particular rhetorical question putting in front of you, I would like to start my paper. I am giving a small incident where we can just think of, we can just imagine that how a small place or any particular area or particular house we are talking about, how it will look if we are keeping this particular scenario in our mind. Okay, so I will be taking up life is a journey and has a dynamic nature. One who cannot cope up with this is lagging and will be left, like our tribals. This is the case with our tribals. But ignoring them is not the solution. If we as a nation want to keep a leap from developing nation to the developed nation, we need to work on it. And thus, if our nation is talking about one platform, one goal, development, one platform services, then how we can not take tribals in our concern. And we have to acknowledge, or we have to at least have a concrete step for to be taken and implemented also. Just working, just verbal discussions will not do until and unless prominent steps are taken for their self-dependent efforts to be in the mainstream. So taking this, a small scenario I have created, if we notice a place or a home which has a room which is dark, no proper and systematic way of living is there, no sustainable development of livelihood is there, then how we can say the home as a progressive home? Can we consider this home as a sweet, happy home? This is well said by Leo Tolstoy, a Russian writer, in her work Anna Karenina. All happy families are alike, but each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. So, this concludes that everyone is happy, be it a tribal people or be it the normal Indian person, citizen of India, all are satisfied, all are happy in their own way. But why we see the contrast? Why we see that one part of the home has no luxuries, no basic requirement, how this room or this particular place is under construction, and on the other hand every other part of the room is full of luxuries, full of lavishness, and full of ample things which a neat theory of Maslow will define. So this is the exact scenario why we have kept these tribals as unacknowledged, why they are not able to come into the mainstream. So are they not being given any chance, or they don't know where they have to approach, or they are not able to find out that what are the lacunas, why they are not able to come, and even if they want to come, whom they have to approach, that is also a part which we have to think about. So, moving ahead, this is not enough that we make them aware about the rights, about their uh, requirements in the society, but it is our own, our each and every citizen has to put in little efforts for their development. We don't have to keep it secluded. Uh, Actually, let us see this in a broader purview. Consider this home as our nation, and where the people are living comfortably, living with full development, full automation, and taking life up to a stage of basic psychological needs to the self actualization. And then on the other hand, we are seeing a wide gap of people around who do not know their constitutional rights, their challenges. They are not able to identify themselves. So let us uh, take into consideration that who is answerable to this problem? Is it only the government or the leaders or the citizens of India? Everybody has the importance and role to be placed on. So this makes me to think about that should we just ponder on the question and get the answers in the form of the game, blame game which we always do, or we should find out some solution for this, and whether these tribals only need, are they weak, or are they not sophisticated, are they not able to cope up with the present trends which are going on. So these are the basic questions which is making us think over that how the progress has to be done. So if we are taking the definition of tribes, the tribes are the distinct communities, or they are living under the ruler or the isolated or the forest areas, and may not follow the traditional and communal lifestyles. But, and we can also take it in the legal definition of tribes, that in India, tribes are referred as scheduled tribes, a legal classification under the Indian Constitution, which refers to communities recognized by being historically disadvantaged and in need of affirmative actions for the welfare and development. So these are the people which we are talking about. And one of the very well-known activists, Medha Patkar. In 1954, activist best known for his role in Narmada Bachao Andolan, Save Narmada movement, she has worked closely with the tribal communities and affected by the dam construction and displacement. Because of the dam constructions, how these are hurdled or hindered by the projects. So she told the development that leaves people behind is not the development, it is destruction. I repeat, according to her, the development that leaves people behind is not development, it is destruction. So, this critique of the development projects, particularly those affecting the tribal people, underscores their belief that true development should not involve the well being of the other people, especially the marginalized communities, rather than from their displacement. Some other has given a very painful statements. Our land is our life and our land is our culture. These are the impacts or the influences which we can see because of the development, as such development we consider of our nation. But what is the real impact on these tribals? One of the tribals have also told us about, the name is Jaipal Singh Mundra. He says the tribals of India are not against the progress of country, but they must have a share in the fruit of development. And their social, economical, and political condition must improve. So this is the basic requirement a person or a tribe is asking from. These words of Jaipal Singh Mundra advocate for the upliftment of tribals, stretching that tribals are not the part of society. It must be the participation should not be ignored. They should be the participate. It is already known that for the holistical development of society, we cannot outlook the development of one particular part of society. Sorry. So this emphasizes that the progress of India is stuck until and unless all the Indians, along with the tribes, as one will cross this border. Now, if I am taking one more example of the tribal right activist of Chhattisgarh, Soni Suri, he has told us, we are not asking for charity, we are asking for justice. So see the words, see the demands. They are not asking for much. They are asking for just their existence, their identity, and which they are not very much they are not asking much. This is their fundamental rights, not fundamental right by our government, by our constitution, and we should accept it. We should have some sympathetic attitude uh, which they are not expecting from us. And this sympathy should not be taken for granted, because this world, this India, this land is equally of them also. This is told in one of the very important paper published by Nani Falkiwala. So we don't need to see the sympathetic attitude. We should take them as a equal. Now let me take up the importance, or we can say the democratic attitude of our country. Now it is clear from our government's motto to make this democratic country to be the one platform, not only in education, but in all the aspects of our life. So now just focusing on the cause, let us move a step ahead. And in this situation, what best we can do for the revival and retrieval from this situation. These words by one eminent personality that create the problem and solve it. The problem is created. Now let us find
Conclude me,
out.
ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, conclude me. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, yes.
Continue.
Okay,
Yes.
I will conclude. Okay.
Yes.
This is actually taken up. We have to find out. They have got so many skills, so many developed things already. We don't have to start from the scrap. They know more than us about the nature, about the quality of entrepreneurship. Only the thing is they have to be molded in their outlook. And the packaging, once the packaging is changed, they will be moving ahead like anything. Only the thing is we need to pull them according to the skills. So with this, I will be ending up. Maybe I have taken more time, but my paper is little bigger. I'm glad to be here, and it was a big platform for me. Thank you for giving me chance. Okay. Have a good day, all of you. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Gurpan Singh, sir, are you present, sir?
Yes, present.
Yes, sir. Please continue, sir.
हाँ सर बोलिए।
Please continue, sir.
यस आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। जैसे कि आज के समय में हम जो बात कर रहे हैं जनजाति क्रियाकलाप पर, भारत में आदिवासी विकास नीतियां एवं योजनाएं, तो मेरा इस उद्देश्य है इसमें शोधालेख में कि जनजाति क्रियाकलाप एवं नीतियों योजनाओं का गुणात्मक अध्ययन कैसे किया जाए। जैसे कि भारत में गौरवशाली जो इतिहास चल रहा है आदिवासियों का, उसके धर्म, विवाह, परिवार, नातेदारी, अर्थव्यवस्था से संबंधित विभिन्न नीतियां एवं योजनाओं का अध्ययन प्रस्तुत शोधालेख में किया गया है। भगवान बिरसा मुंडा की जयंती पर जनजाति गौरव दिवस मनाने की घोषणा हुई है और 15 नवंबर को व्यापक स्तर पर, महाविद्यालय स्तर पर, राज्य स्तर पर, विशेषकर छत्तीसगढ़ के संदर्भ में बात करना चाहूंगा, तो यहाँ पर जनजातीय प्रयासों को समझने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। इस वर्ष भगवान बिरसा मुंडा की 150वीं जयंती मनाई जा रही है। जनजाति समाज का गौरवशाली अतीत, ऐतिहासिक, सामाजिक एवं आध्यात्मिक योगदान सराहनीय एवं अनुकरणीय है। अनेक महान स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों का जन्म इसी जनजाति समाज में हुआ है। शहीद वीर नारायण सिंह, गैंद सिंह, गुंडाधुर जैसे अनेक महानायकों ने अपना बलिदान दिया है। जनजाति समाज ने प्रकृति संरक्षण पर बल दिया है। ये जल, जंगल, जमीन की बात करते हुए प्रकृति को बचाए रखने के लिए अनेक उपाय बताए हैं, जिससे प्रकृति की रक्षा हो सके। प्रकृति की पूजा करते हैं, प्रकृति के उपासक हैं। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री जन मन योजना प्रारंभ कर विशेष पिछड़ी लोगों के जीवन में समृद्धि लाने का प्रयास किया है। इसी तरह से प्रधानमंत्री जनजाति उन्नत ग्राम अभियान की शुरुआत की है, जिससे जनजाति बहुल 63,000 गांवों के 5 करोड़ से अधिक लोग लाभान्वित हो सकें। जनजाति समाज की खान पान, जीवन शैली, परंपरा, सांस्कृतिक विरासत पूरे समाज को गौरवान्वित कर रही है। 1857 की क्रांति के पहले ही अंग्रेजों के विरुद्ध संघर्ष की शुरुआत इन्होंने की। जनजाति समाज की गौरव गाथा से समाज को सीखने की आवश्यकता है और आने वाली पीढ़ी तक पहुंचाने की आवश्यकता है। जनजाति संस्कृति में अनेक प्रगतिशील परंपराएं हैं जो गुमनाम हो रहे हैं। उस गुमनाम महानायकों के योगदान से नई पीढ़ी को परिचित कराने की आवश्यकता है। भारत में 645 अलग अलग जनजातियां हैं। 40 लाख से अधिक आबादी जनजातियों की है। आदिवासी समाज हमारे समाज का अभिन्न अंग है। उनका मुख्य जीविकों का स्रोत जो होता है कृषि है। हालांकि शिकारी करना, संग्राहक एवं चरवाहे भी थी। कुछ बड़ी जनजातियां पहाड़ी जंगलों में, रेगिस्तानों में, दुर्गम स्थानों पर रहती थी। कुछ लोग पशुपालन करते थे, कुछ लोग छोटे व्यापार करते थे और इस तरह से उनकी जो मुख्य समस्या जो पिछड़ेपन का है वो उन पर भेदभाव है, गरीबी है, अविकसितता है, शोषण है। इस तरह से आज भी बहुत सी जनजातियां खुद को जलवायु परिवर्तन के प्रभावों से विशेष रूप से संवेदनशील किए हुए हैं। संसाधन दोहन की दृष्टि से देखेंगे तो मध्य प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़ के जंगल में रहने वाले आदिवासी समुदायों के लिए लंबे समय से पारस्परिक आजीविका का स्रोत रहे हैं। जंगल संघर्ष और संसाधन स्रोत बन गए हैं। मध्य भारत के टोंगू वन क्षेत्र में 1980 के दशक में एक निजी कंपनी को दी गई 500 एकड़ की रियायतें आज 14,000 एकड़ से अधिक हो गई है। इस तरह कंपनी ने जंगलों को साफ कर दिया है, आर्द्र भूमि को सुखा दिया है और निर्यात के लिए लकड़ी उगाने के लिए क्षेत्र वन जीवों को चराया है। इस तरह से वन का अवैध रूप से कटाई करके लोग वनवासियों को वहां से बाहर करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। इसी तरह से कानून जितने बने हैं उनको वनवासियों को जानकारी होनी चाहिए। जनजातियों को उत्थान हेतु जो संस्थान कार्य कर रहे हैं उनको प्रोत्साहित करने की आवश्यकता है। आर्थिक संपन्नता में समाज में संपन्नता लाना, जरूरतमंदों को सहायता करना, जनजाति के लोगों को भी अपने अधिकारों की मांग करना चाहिए, उसको मुख्य धारा में जोड़ना चाहिए। भारत एक ऐसा देश है जहां बहुत सी जनजातियां निवास करती है। पूरे देश में इनकी जनसंख्या फैली हुई है जो कि विविधता पूर्ण है। प्रत्येक जनजाति की अपनी एक अनूठी संस्कृति और भाषा है। भारत की मूल जनजातियां देश के सबसे हाशिए पर पड़े समूहों में से है। उन्हें सदियों से शोषण और भेदभाव का सामना करना पड़ रहा है, जिनमें से अभी गरीबी में जी रहे हैं। भारत में जनजातियों की कई समस्याएं जैसे बेरोजगारी, सांस्कृतिक विकृति, पुनर्वास में अंतराल, संसाधनों का दोहन। सरकार ने उनकी स्थिति को सुधारने के लिए कई विभिन्न प्रयास किए हैं, लेकिन अभी भी एक लंबा रास्ता तय करना है। उनकी प्रधानमंत्री जनमन योजना और प्रधानमंत्री जनजाति उन्नत ग्राम योजना जैसे अभियान से ठोस सफलता मिलने का काम चल रहा है। आदिवासी समाज चूंकि चुनौतियों से भरा हुआ है जो पूर्ण रूप से अभी सफल नहीं हो पा रहा है। उनकी जीविका के स्रोत, वैवाहिक प्रणाली, युवा गृह, धार्मिक स्थिति, भाषाई दृष्टि, सांस्कृतिक विशिष्टता, साहित्यिक स्थिति, मूर्ति एवं चित्रकला, संगीत एवं नृत्य कला, वर्तमान शैक्षिक सामाजिक स्थिति और कई प्रकार के जो जनजाति संगठन की विशेषताएं पाई जाती है, वो विशेषकर छत्तीसगढ़ संगठन के संदर्भ हम कहना चाहेंगे तो वास्तव में जनजाति समाज प्रकृति की गोद में फैले हुए हैं, प्रकृति के गोद में पले बढ़े हैं, जिससे आज भी आधुनिक समाज से दूर है, जिसके कारण जनजाति समाज का जीवन दर्शन परंपरागत विधियों द्वारा संचालित होता है। इनका जीवन तमाम प्रतिकूलताओं एवं अभाव के रहने के बाद भी सौंदर्य एवं मनोरंजन से गहरा संबंध है। शायद इसी कारण आज भी वे अलमस्त जीवन जीते हैं। मुरिया जाति के बारे में बात करें तो भौतिक संस्कृति में बाहरी प्रभाव के परिवर्तन प्रारंभ हो गए हैं, अतः इसके परंपरागत ज्ञान को संरक्षित एवं लिपिबद्ध करना आवश्यक है। इनके परंपरागत ज्ञान एवं आधुनिक विज्ञान के साथ समन्वय कर भौतिक संस्कृति से समाज को परिचित कराना आवश्यक है और इस प्रकार समाज के प्रति रूढ़िवादी नजरियों में बदलाव आएगा। बस्तर में निवास करने वाले प्रमुख जनजातियां हलबा, भरता, परजा, धुरवा, मुरिया, दड़ासी, माड़िया, गदबा, कोया, दोरला, अबुझ माड़िया एवं गोंड उप समूह है। गोंड गोंडी बोलते हैं, दोरला दोरली बोलते हैं, परजा पारजी बोलती हैं। इस तरह से अनेक प्रकार की भाषा बोलते हैं जो आर्य समाज की भाषा है। छत्तीसगढ़ की समस्त जनजातियों में प्रोटो ऑस्ट्रेलाइड प्रजाति लक्षण पाए जाते हैं। गोंड और इसके उपसमूह में यह लक्षण स्पष्ट रूप से परिलक्षित होते हैं। महिलाएं साड़ी पहनती है जिसको लुगा कहा जाता है, पाटा और कई आभूषण पहनते हैं। पुरुष पगड़ी पहनते हैं, फूली पहनते हैं, बाहटा पहनते हैं। पुरुष लोग धोती लुंगी पहनते हैं। महिलाएं सांस्कृतिक उत्सव पर सुआ, डंडारी, करसाट, छेरका, गंटर सिंह इत्यादि नृत्य करते हैं। इस प्रकार हम कहना चाहेंगे कि आदिकाल से ही बस्तर की जनजातियों की सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक, धार्मिक क्षेत्र में एक विशिष्ट पहचान है। यहाँ की नैसर्गिक प्रकृति, जनजाति, परंपरागत जीवन शैली, आजीविका और स्वास्थ्य जीवन का मूल आधार है। आधुनिकीकरण, औद्योगिकरण एवं वैश्वीकरण के कारण जनजाति समुदाय अपनी प्रकृति पर आधारित जीवन शैली, परंपरागत ज्ञान एवं संस्कृति से दूर होते जा रहे हैं। विगत दशकों से जनजातियों के सर्वांगीण विकास हेतु एवं सशक्तिकरण के लिए राज्य सरकारों द्वारा विभिन्न हितकारी योजनाएं चलाई जा रही है, जिसके द्वारा समय समय पर जनजातियों को लाभान्वित करने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। वर्तमान में जनजातियों की अमूल्य धरोहर लुप्त हो रही है, जिसे संरक्षित किया जाना आवश्यक है। वर्तमान परिदृश्य में वनों के वितरण, वनों की विघटन, बहुमूल्य वनस्पतियों की विलुप्तता के मुख्य कारण है, जो मानव जाति के लिए भयावह स्थिति है, क्योंकि वानस्पतिक औषधियों से अनेक बेइलाज बीमारियों का आसानी से इलाज संभव है। वर्तमान समय में वैज्ञानिक समुदाय तथा वनों के आसपास निवास करने वाले सभी समुदाय को एक साथ कदम मिलाकर चलना होगा तथा पुराने स्रोतों में वर्णित या स्थानीय वनौषधि से उपचार की विधियों को संरक्षित करनी होगी। वनों का उपयोग संयमित एवं पर्यावरण को ध्यान में रखते हुए करना होगा। इस प्रकार भौगोलिक दृष्टि से हम देखेंगे तो बस्तर में वातावरण द्वारा प्रदत्त संभावनाओं के उपयोग का स्तर प्राकृतिक संसाधनों के अनुकूलन से है। अतः जनजाति समाज न्यूनतम आवश्यकता, सीमित इच्छा एवं अनुभवजन्य ज्ञान के द्वारा समस्या और समाधान के साथ जीवन यापन कर रहे हैं। जनजातियों के नियोजित विकास के तहत परिवार मूलक आर्थिक विकास कार्यक्रमों का संचालन किया जा रहा है। आदिवासी उपयोजना की नीतियों के क्रियान्वयन के फलस्वरूप आर्थिक विकास कार्यक्रमों के संचालन के लिए वित्तीय प्रावधान की भी कमी नहीं है। इस तरह से हम देखेंगे तो वन भूमि अतिक्रमकों को काश्त के लिए वन भूमि का पट्टा दिया जा रहा है। स्थायी एवं आधुनिक कृषि कार्यक्रमों को प्रसार कर जनजातीय काश्तकारों को प्रशिक्षित किया जा रहा है। कृषि विकास के लिए सिंचाई की सुविधा की जा रही है। इसके अलावा आर्थिक विकास के अन्य कार्यक्रम जैसे मत्स्य है, आखेट है, वनोपज की समितियां हैं एवं आर्थिक क्रियाओं की व्यक्तिगत स्वरूप इनको प्रदान कर रहे हैं। पशुपालन कार्य एवं खाद्यान्न सामग्री की उपलब्धता दी जा रही है। शिक्षा, संचार, बाजार की अर्थव्यवस्था से जुड़ने के फलस्वरूप धन संग्रह की ओर अग्रसर हो रहे हैं। जनजाति समाज बाहरी संस्कृति के प्रभाव के फलस्वरूप आंशिक एवं सांस्कृतिकरण की प्रक्रिया से गुजर रहे हैं। विकास और नक्सलवाद दोनों ही बस्तर के परिप्रेक्ष्य में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे हैं। विकास के आयाम में शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, सड़कें, संचार और नक्सलवाद ये दोनों के संबंध में बस्तर को उलझा कर रख दिया है। शासन जिसे विकास मानता है, नक्सलवाद उसके विरोधी हो रहे हैं। बस्तर में भूमिहीन, गरीबी, आदिवासी इसलिए विस्थापित हो रहे हैं और उसके विस्थापन के जो प्रमुख कारण सामने आए हैं शोध में, भूमिहीनता, खेती के लिए अपर्याप्त भूमि, खेती एवं पर्याप्त परिवार की आवश्यकता के लिए धन की आपूर्ति, गांवों में नियमित रोजगार का अभाव, आधुनिक जीवन के प्रति रुझान, मौद्रिक अर्थव्यवस्था के प्रति निरंतर बढ़ती समझ, इस्पात संयंत्र में काम कर गांव में प्रतिष्ठित बनने की लालसा, खेती के स्थान पर स्थायी नौकरी की इच्छा होना, आर्थिक समृद्धि के लिए मित्रों के बीच प्रतिस्पर्धा, खेती की जरूरत पूरे करने हेतु धन की व्यवस्था करना, इस प्रकार औद्योगिकरण के सकारात्मक प्रभाव में नई अर्थव्यवस्था, नई सभ्यता का उदय हो रहा है। आधुनिक शिक्षा एवं चिकित्सा के बारे में जानकारी, बिजली, आवागमन एवं संचार के साधनों का विकास, रोजगार के अवसरों की सुलभता हो रही है। अंत में ये कहना चाहूंगा कि यहाँ पर जो सुविधाएं प्रदान की जा रही है, छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के जैसे आदिवासी विकास योजना है, मैं संक्षिप्त में 1 मिनट लेना चाहूंगा। इंदिरा गांव गंगा योजना 19 नवंबर 2000 को लागू किया। इंदिरा सहारा योजना के माध्यम से जनजाति विकास किया जा रहा है। इंदिरा सूचना शक्ति केंद्र योजना, स्व सहायता समूह योजना, महिला सशक्तिकरण वर्ष योजना, एकीकृत बाल विकास योजना, सूखा राहत कार्य योजना, अन्नपूर्णा योजना, प्रधानमंत्री रोजगार योजना, मैक्रो मैनेजमेंट योजना, राजीव गांधी जल ग्रहण क्षेत्र विकास मिशन योजना, छात्रावासों, आश्रमों, शैक्षणिक संस्थाओं का संचालन, छात्रवृत्ति प्रदान करना, मुख्यमंत्री ज्ञान प्रोत्साहन योजना, एकलव्य आवासीय विद्यालय एवं शिक्षा योजना, वाहन चालक प्रशिक्षण योजना, अत्याचार निवारण अधिनियम योजना, लोक मित्रा, आदिवासी राहत योजना, सम्मान एवं पुरस्कार योजना, लोक कला महोत्सव, जनजातियों के पूजा स्थल, देवगुड़ी का परिरक्षण एवं विकास, जनश्री बीमा योजना, कंप्यूटर प्रशिक्षण योजना, छात्र भोजन सहारा योजना, मध्याह्न भोजन सहारा योजना, निःशुल्क साइकिल योजना। इस तरह आदिवासियों के सशक्तिकरण के लिए शासन द्वारा विभिन्न प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। शैक्षणिक और समग्र विकास पर ध्यान केंद्रित करके EMRS आदिवासी सशक्तिकरण के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण उपकरण के रूप में उभरा हुआ है। इस तरह से आदिवासी समुदायों के लिए सरकार की शिक्षा का एक पहल अनुकरणीय है और जिससे कि सामाजिक आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण हो सके। मैं आप लोगों का समय ज्यादा ले लिया, धन्यवाद, क्षमा चाहता हूँ। बहुत अच्छा कार्यक्रम है, कार्यक्रम की सफलता के लिए आयोजकों को बधाई।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच सर। गुरपंत सर, आपने छत्तीसगढ़ के विषय में कम समय में बहुत कुछ आपने डिस्क्राइब किया। नो डाउट हम लोग काफी इससे लाभान्वित होंगे और खासकर छत्तीसगढ़ के संदर्भ में विशेष आभार व्यक्त करूंगा सर। थैंक यू सो मच सर। नेक्स्ट डॉक्टर पपरी मुखोपाध्याय।
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, ma'am. Continue, ma'am.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. I would like to take a moment to thank the organizers of this conference for the remarkable initiative taken to organize this conference. Indeed, this type of conferences play an essential role in fostering intellectual exchange, bringing together minds from diverse fields to engage in meaningful discourse. Topic of my paper is Tribal Women Development, Challenges and Pathways to Empowerment. The objective of the paper is to examine the socioeconomic conditions of tribal women, identify key challenges to their development, and explore effective strategies and solutions for empowering tribal women. India is a home to a large and diverse tribal population, and with approximately 104 million individuals representing a wide range of ethnicities, languages, and cultures. Within these communities, women play essential roles in maintaining cultural traditions, participating in subsistence economies, and contributing to social cohesion. Despite these contributions, tribal women face persistent barriers to development, primarily due to socioeconomic exclusion, or you can say lack of education, and limited access to healthcare. The challenges faced by the tribal women, which has been economic marginalization. Tribal women have limited access to stable employment opportunities, land ownership, and financial resources. Economic marginalization is worsened by their reliance on seasonal or subsistence-based work, which provides low and irregular income. Financial independence remains elusive for many tribal women, leaving them vulnerable to exploitation and economic dependency. Educational barriers, literary rates among tribal women are significantly lower than the national average, largely due to lack of access to quality education. The distance of schools from tribal villages combined with economic pressures to contribute to household income and deters many girls from completing their education. Healthcare issues are there, like tribal areas often lack healthcare infrastructure, resulting in high maternal and child mortality rates, malnutrition, and reproductive health issues, and the prevalence of communicable diseases that affect the tribal women, and who face additional barriers such as language, cultural stigma, and inadequate healthcare facilities. Regarding the political representation, there are constitutional provisions for the representation of scheduled tribes in political bodies. Tribal women remain underrepresented in decision-making roles, and gender discrimination within the tribal communities and the broader political structure limits their ability to participate actively in governance. Social and cultural factors. Traditional gender roles combined with societal prejudice hinder tribal women's social mobility and opportunities for personal development. And culturally deep-seated biases reinforce the belief that women should prioritize household responsibilities over personal or professional aspirations. Few case studies such as successful models. Several successful models demonstrate the potential for tribal women's empowerment through collective action. For instance, self-help groups organized by NGOs have enabled tribal women to engage in micro-entrepreneurship. These groups offer a training in skills like weaving, handicrafts, and sustainable agriculture, providing an avenue for economic self-sufficiency. Next is government's initiatives. Government schemes such as the Vandhan Yojana aim to encourage tribal entrepreneurship by promoting forest-based products. These initiatives provide training, resources, and market access to tribal women, fostering economic independence and skill development. NGOs' contributions have played a crucial role in bridging gaps in the healthcare and education. For example, NGOs like Barefoot College and SIWA, that is Self-Employed Women's Association, have established health and education programs tailored for tribal communities, emphasizing local involvement and cultural sensitivity. Few strategies for empowerment, like education and skill development. Increasing access to education is essential for empowering tribal women. Literacy programs, vocational training, and scholarships can encourage more girls and women to pursue education and break the cycle of poverty. Economic empowerment. Empowering tribal women economically can create a ripple effect benefiting families and communities. Microfinance, self-help groups, and training programs in agriculture and handicrafts provide income-generating opportunities that can lead to a long-term financial independence. And healthcare initiatives must address both accessibility and cultural barriers. Mobile health clinics, community health workers, and health literacy programs can help tribal women better understand and manage health issues. Partnerships with NGOs can further enhance healthcare access. Policy recommendations, inclusive policy design, like policies targeting tribal women's development, must account for cultural diversity, the unique socioeconomic context of tribal regions. Stakeholders' consultations should involve tribal women to create policies that address their specific needs and aspirations. Community-based approaches, community-driven programs can be more effective in achieving sustainable outcomes. Tribal women should be encouraged to take active roles in designing and implementing projects aimed at their development. Long-term strategies, a sustainable approach to tribal women's development involves ongoing support and monitoring. Long-term strategies should focus on improving education, healthcare, and economic participation while promoting gender equity in tribal regions. To conclude, the paper has tried to highlight the complex challenges and potential solutions related to tribal women's development in India. By addressing such issues as economic marginalization and lack of education, healthcare challenges, and limited political representation, it is possible to create a pathway towards sustainable empowerment. Tribal women's development is essential not only for improving their quality of life, but also for fostering broader social and economic progress. Further, research should explore the impact of digital literacy, technology access, and global connections on tribal women's empowerment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, Madhu Gopi Kisan Gupta. Madhu Gopi Kisan Gupta, Research Scholar, Hindi Department, Rashtra. ये है यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ नागपुर, महाराज नागपुर यूनिवर्सिटी नागपुर. Madhu Gopi Kishan Gupta. Next, Jisa Jose. And next, Dr. Himansi Mansukhani.
Yes, sir, I am present.
Okay,
Dr. Himanshi Mansukhani. Yeah.
Ji. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thanks to all to organizers and giving me this opportunity to present my presentation. My topic is understanding educational disparity in tribal areas of India, challenges and potential solutions. This presentation will explore the challenges and opportunity which are faced by the indigenous community, as well as the strategic and initiatives aimed at improving their social, economic, and cultural well-being. Tribal communities around the world have long faced significant hurdles, from historical displacement to ongoing marginalization. However, in the recent year, many of these communities have taken strides towards sustainable development, preserving their rich cultural heritage while embracing modern solutions. We will dive into the importance of understanding and addressing the unique needs of these communities and how development initiatives, whether government-led, NGO-driven, or community-centered, play a vital role in empowering indigenous population. This research paper examined the socio-economic, cultural, and policy-related challenges that contribute to educational disparities in India's tribal areas. Despite various government initiatives, tribal communities continue to face significant obstacles in accessing quality education. This paper provides in-depth analysis of these factors and explore potential solutions to bridge the educational gap. Then the literature review of my paper is, prior studies reveal the languages barriers, poverty, and cultural disconnect are primary challenges which are faced by the tribal students. Government policies like the Right to Education Act and specific initiatives such as Eklave Model Residential Schools have been implemented to bridge this gap, though challenges in policy execution persist. This paper draws on data from the report of the government publications and survey by organizations, which are giving the quantitative and qualitative analysis methods which were used to evaluate factors affecting education in tribal areas, such as dropout rates, teacher availability, and school accessibility. But there are challenges, of course, So first point is geographical and infrastructural barriers. That isolation of tribal communities. Many of the tribal communities live in the remote, difficult to reach region where basic infrastructure like roads, schools, and healthcare facilities are limited. This isolation makes it difficult for children to access the schools and resulting in low enrollment and high dropout rates. Apart from this, school infrastructure deficiency is of course there. Then a significant number of schools in tribal areas lack of basic facilities, including drinking water, sanitation, electricity. These are some problems which are not looking at the ground level. According to the Ministry of Education report, school in tribal areas are often understaffed and lack proper classroom, leading to overcrowded condition. Then another challenge is socio-economic challenge, poverty and economic pressure. Many of the tribal families live below the poverty line and rely on daily labor of income. Children are often required to work to support their family, resulting in high dropout rates. This economic pressure directly impacts their ability to pursue education. Then a seasonal migration for work is common among tribal communities, disputing children's education and contributing to poor learning outcomes. Many of the students are unable to rejoin school upon returning. Further, the literacy growth in these areas is less. Recently, one report came about the language barriers that was showing that that the people, those who live in the those who live in the tribal areas, that the one report which was I read it, in that it was given कि ग्रामीण प्राइवेट स्कूलों में 5th standard जो पढ़ते हैं, they don't know the how to read the English sentence because they only use the local languages, and only 29% of the students can read out only, but they don't know the meaning of it. And 8th standard student, that 1/3 of the students only they can just read, but meaning they don't explain. Or even abhi jo hum bolte hain ki अंग्रेजी medium is actually should be there, but they are not able to read other languages. Like only they just know to read in local language. So that is the main barrier of the education system in the those tribal areas. So tribal communities often speak their languages, of course, which are rarely the medium of instruction is government school. This creates a language gap, making it difficult for tribal children to understand the curriculum, leading to disengagement and higher dropout rates. Then overcome to this problems and challenges, government of course taking initiative and bridging this gap. So some key initiatives which were taken by the government programs like Eklavya model residential schools, ashram schools aim to provide quality education to the tribal children. However, this report highlights the inadequate funding, insufficient training for teachers in local languages, because the teachers are also there, those who speak in English language, those speak in local language, because they are not trained well to teach in the English medium as well. There are some challenges in the policy execution also. Policies are made by the government, but the problem comes to implement. 2 case study I have taken over here. That one is the Odisha state and Jharkhand initiatives. In a state with high tribal population, models like mother tongue instruction have shown improved outcome. The use of multilingual education and local community participation has helped boost literacy rate and retention in some areas. However, studies show the scaling these models remains challenging due to logistical and funding constraints. Then one report also, I read it, in that I just found that the traditional knowledge and involving local leaders in the education process can help make education more inclusive and relevant. Some recommendations for the future improvement, of course, are there. Policies are made by the government, but for the enhancement of policy is required. So government make the policy, but see to it that whether all the policies are implemented properly and whether it is sustained in the future or not. So it can be reduced to economic barriers. Government can provide the scholarship, and then strengthening community can be involved, that the local area people, of course, are involved, but it is important that to train them and also improve monitoring and accountability, because which will create stronger accountability mechanism within government programs, could help address inefficiency and ensure the resource reach out to these beneficiaries. So this is my paper. By the end of this session, I hope to gain a deeper appreciation for the resilience of tribal communities and the innovative ways they are moving toward a more equitable and sustainable future. As one or two researchers already said that these are the ignorant community, maybe now it is coming up, but we should focus on their development. Basic development we should focus first, then we can think about digital learning, and apart from that, whatever it is, the, like we say, smart city, digital learning is important, technology is important for them. But if the situation can be seen, now the one article came actually that China is far away from India now. Yesterday I just read. Yeah. So just only I want to say that we have to go to at the ground level to implement the government policy and see to it that accountability must be there. Thank you so much. Thanks to organizer. Thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, Geeta Singh, Dr. Geeta Singh, ma'am, Scientist Agriculture Extension, KBK Dindori, Madhya Pradesh. Geeta Singh, ma'am. Next, Dr. Namita Kalita, Tribals in Assam, topic है इनका, Guwahati University, Assam. Namita ma'am, present? Are you present, ma'am? Namita ma'am. ये Dr. Shraddha Hirkane ma'am. Shraddha Hirkane ma'am.
जी सर, मीता सोलंकी.
मीता सोलंकी. जी मैम, कंटिन्यू मैम.
सर. Sorry sir.
Please continue, ma'am. Next, Chetna ma'am. Chetna madam. Next, Chetna madam. बरेला जनजाति आजीविका प्रारूप का विश्लेषण, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर इकोनॉमी, गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज मंडलेश्वर, खरगोन. प्रियंका तिवारी मैम. प्रियंका तिवारी, रिसर्च स्कॉलर, लॉ, रानी दुर्गावती यूनिवर्सिटी. नेक्स्ट, प्रवन मिश्रा, डॉक्टर प्रवन मिश्रा सर, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, अमेठी स्कूल ऑफ मास कम्युनिकेशन जर्नलिज्म, अमेठी यूनिवर्सिटी, ग्वालियर. नेक्स्ट, डॉक्टर श्वेता सिंह मैम. श्वेता सिंह मैम. नेक्स्ट, डॉक्टर वंदना राणा. डॉक्टर वंदना राणा, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, हिंदी, गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज, ढालियारा. डॉक्टर संगीता यादव. डॉक्टर संगीता यादव, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, बॉटनी, लायला कॉलेज, कुनकुरी.
सर गुड इवनिंग सर.
सर अभी नेक्स्ट कंप्लीट हो जाने के बाद जो बचे हुए हैं उनको हम अपॉर्चुनिटी देंगे सर.
Okay,
Next,
okay, thank you.
next, Sabnam Akbar Pathan and Dr. Namita Kalita ma'am. Next, Padmini SB. Next, Suman Sarma. Suman Sarma.
Sir, Padmini SV presented, sir. Myself over, sir.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Suman Sarma, Assistant Professor, St. Joseph College. And any candidate जो बच गए हैं एज ए पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए अपना प्रेजेंट कर
Yes, sir.
सकते हैं. हाँ, राव सर.
Sir, this is Dr. M. Srinivas Rao,
जी सर.
Dean, School of History, Culture and Archaeology, Potti Sri Ramulu Telugu University,
Okay,
Andhra
sir.
Pradesh, Sri Shailam campus. So actually my research topic is on the socio-economic and cultural conditions of the Chenchu tribes in Andhra Pradesh, a study. Once again, I am repeating the socio-economic and cultural conditions of Chenchu tribes in Andhra Pradesh, a study. So once again, I am very much thankful to Brajesh Kumar ji and the organizers, Vinod sir. So really, I felt very happy to participate in this national conference. So every 15 days or week and week, you are conducting wonderful topics. Really, it is also very useful and very impressive research topic for the researchers. So this article, the socio-economic and cultural conditions of the Chenchu tribes in Andhra Pradesh, a study, is there are nearly 14 parts. Have divided into 14 chapters. First one is starts with the abstract, including the key points, and second one is introduction, and third one is the aims and objectives of my research article, and fourth one is importance of the study, and fifth one is the research methodology, and the sixth one is review of literature, and the seventh one is the origin of the tribals in Andhra Pradesh, especially the special reference to Chenchu tribes in Nalmalais, and the eighth one is the meaning of the Chenchu and the social importance, the social conditions of the Chenchus, and 10th one is the political conditions of the Chenchus, and 11th one is the economical conditions of the Chenchus, and the 12th one is the cultural conditions of the Chenchus, and the 14th one is conclusion, including with the references and select bibliography. Actually, the Chenchus, they are the primitive Chenchu, the primitive tribes who are living in the Nalamalai forest, surrounded by the eastern ghats of Andhra Pradesh. The primitive tribes were the original inhabitants who enjoyed the total freedom and were pursued back into the hills and jungles by the advance of the more vigorous people. The term tribe means an ethnic group geographically isolated or semi-isolated, identified with the one particular territory and having distinct social, economic, and cultural conditions and practices. Actually, the meaning of the Chenchus have been, they are the living under the tree is called is Chettu in Telugu, meaning they are the living in the tree or a Chettu is called as Chenchus. And another one is they are eating the chinchu, just like a chinchu means the one of the type of the rabbit. They have the habit to eat the non-veg. It is they are eating that rabbits or the chunchu. They are called as chenchus. This is this term came from the chenchu. The chenchus have been classified into proto-astroloids, who are the medium stature with a long and narrow head shape, round and oval facial profile, and short nose and medium breath. Only few of them are colored blind. The Chenchus are completely 99.9% they are the non-vegetarians. They give importance to the drinking alcohol and to take the bedi cigarette is the common for their habits. The Chenchus have the bow and arrows for the hunting. Just only they are the depends upon the hunting. Nowadays, some of the Chenchu people are going to the school. Chenchus have 26 around 26 exogenous clans or gotras. In there, the nuclear families are prominently and they are using practice patriarchal residence. The Chenchus mainly they are the importance they are the given the system is very different for the women. They are the agree for the remarriages or the widow marriage system. They are the implement. The average of the marriage is 14 years to 18 years for girls and 17 to 22 years for male. Marriage is most important even in the human life, or women or men. Marriage is a social and biological necessity and was social duty towards the family and community. There is also tendency to care for the needs of the pregnant women in the trial conditions of their health. Thus, the Chenchus considered more metal meat harmful to her, and in order to fulfill her desire and taste, try to produce some of the roots, flowers, and the flesh of birds. The Chenchu women are not kept on special date after delivery. The dress of the Chenchu women more decently than men. Women are wear the saris and blouse. Boys and girls and women wear bracelets made the phonics of the palm trees. The Chenchus and the Anadis to worship God called as Chenchu Devara. This is the most important place in South India called as Southern Kasi. It is located in the Sri Shailam. We know all the people about the Sri Shailam. There is a Lord Mallikarjuna and Brahmaramba, the Shaktipita, one of the Dwadas Shaktipitas in all India. And they are called this Mallikarjuna Swami as Mallanna or Chenchu Mallanna. The Chenchus and the Chenchus believe the god Narsimha of Ahobilam also. And they are called the Narsimha, the Vishnu, one of the Dasavataras of Lord Vishnu. They are called as Obulesu. Obulesu means he who married the Chenchu women called Chenchu Lakshmi. And they are called as their son-in-law. This Lord Vishnu, their son-in-law. They are called as son-in-law because he married, the god Vishnu married the Chenchu girl, her name Chenchu Lakshmi. From that day onwards, they are they carried out a beautiful Chenchu girl named Chenchita, and he married. And the Chenchus claim Obulesu as their brother-in-law. And in this social custom, polygamy is practiced by the Chenchus. Divorce is frequent in almost all tribal communities. The woman contributes their might for making a livelihood. Man is the head of the family. There is no Chenchu woman hold any position in the political system. Now, the government of Andhra Pradesh and especially the ITDAs, the integrated tribal development agencies are located in this Nalamalai hill. It is called as the Sri Shailam project. They are doing lot of this governmental policies to develop the Chenchu people. The Chenchu women has been played a vital role in the family. society, and culture. Hunting is the main job of men to collect the fruits, roots, and this meat. They also cook meals to children. Mainly, the census depends upon the hunting. So these are the main fundamental points to about this paper, the social, economic, and cultural conditions of the census tribes in Andhra Pradesh study. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity, and thank you, the organizers. Thank you very much, sir. Especially Brajesh Kumarji, you are given a wonderful opportunity to the researchers. Especially my scholars also participated in this conferences. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Any
Thank you,
candidate?
sir.
Any candidate left जो कि presentation जिनका बचा हुआ है? तो इसके साथ अगर कोई फीडबैक देना चाहता है आज के कॉन्फ्रेंस में तो प्लीज शेयर, अपना फीडबैक शेयर करें सर, मैम, जो भी हो, अगर फीडबैक देना चाहते हैं प्लीज आप दें. एनी कैंडिडेट, एनी जो फीडबैक देना चाहते हैं प्लीज शेयर करें. जी सर. जो सर प्रफुल्ल सर, सर आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है, अनम्यूट है, अनम्यूट कर लीजिए सर. प्रफुल्ल सर.
Coordinating. Sir, before attending this session, sir, I was not expecting. It was so about the things how it will go. I was in confusion because in Harimut I just enrolled and registered. But this session is a really fantastic session, and hopefully I was joined. I had joined during COVID with few of your team, and I remembered the name only. The Jabalpur I remembered MP because the resource person from MP, whatever I see, they are very grounded and they have worked like anything in the ground field, not in the literatures, not in the so sophisticated manner, and whatever they worked, and really they are giving the real meaning to the research and giving very fantastic knowledge to us to endeavor our career in research. Thankful to you, sir. I am very much thankful to you. Again, whenever you will have the FDP, MDP, your seminar, kindly call me so that I will be one of the associate of your generation, and I will follow you and endeavor my research. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Namaste to all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Good feedback. Any candidate, any sir या मैडम जो फीडबैक देना चाहते हैं प्लीज शेयर करें.
Sir.
जी सर. राव सर.
Sir, actually, this Brajesh Kumar ji has given the most important related topics, because many of the topics related with the based on field work. So especially the tribal development. When we see the tribes, they are living in the hillock areas or hill areas or the forest areas. So without any this field experience or the field work, we are unable to present a wonderful, a good research paper, because any research paper depends upon the three stages. One is a research methodology, depends upon one is the first observation method, and second one is this questionnaire method, and third one is the interview method. Without this three methodology, we are unable to present a research paper about the tribal communities. because majority of the tribals are located, they are living in the hills or forests. When we go to that field or that particular place, then only we will write an article. So this Brajesh Kumarji's ideas is very, very excellent ideology he has. So that's why anytime sir given me this a chance to present my articles. So this is a continuous process for the research scholars. Really, personally, I felt very happy I have given instructions to my researchers, my PhD scholars and my MPhil scholars also. So actually, last 30 years of experience in research profession, being an archaeologist, I have experience in the this Chenchus area and Lambadas and Erukalas, Yanadis in Andhra Pradesh. Majority of the people, they have no knowledge how to develop themselves. So based on this research, and it is very useful to the scholars and teachers as well as professors. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Brajesh Kumarji. You are wonderful leader of research, and I felt very happy. I am proud of you. From my side, I am the Dean, School of History, Culture and Archaeology, Potti Sriramulu Telugu University, Andhra Pradesh, Srisailam campus. Thank you, one and all. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Shobna ma'am,
Thank you, sir.
कुछ कहना
Yeah.
चाह रही हैं आप?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just wanted to add few words because it was a very interesting and informative session. Along with it, the session has given us a broader purview about the tribals, and actually I was just thinking that we can move ahead one step ahead by implementation of some ideas to the youth from this particular presentations and whatever we have came about, that how we can actually help them to stand on their own. And this program and this this is a very good basis on which we can move ahead with these type of intellectual knowledge and exchange of knowledge. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity, and looking forward that if you are taking any session on Dalit literature, Dalit
Vinay sir, excuse me,
orientation.
Vinay
Yeah.
sir, you are also conducting very nice, and special thanks to Vinay sir also.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Thank you
yes,
so
Vinay
much,
sir,
sir.
you have given us opportunity on this platform is very good, nice. Sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. एनी कैंडिडेट अगर कोई देना चाहते तो आप दे सकते हैं, अन्यथा ये हम लोग सेशन को कंक्लूड कर लें. Okay, thank you all of you, and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
सर अटेंडेंस लिंक प्लीज.
अभी शेयर हो जाएगा मैम ग्रुप में. और दूसरी चीज ये है कि बेस्ट अवार्ड का अभी आप लोगों को ग्रुप में मैसेज सारी डिटेल मिल जाएगा. ग्रुप में वो बेस्ट अवार्ड का, जो बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन अवार्ड का, सारी चीजें 3 कैंडिडेट को दिया जाएगा. तो सारी चीजें ग्रुप में मैम आपको शेयर कर दिया जाएगा अभी.
ओके सर, थैंक यू.
Okay, Vinay sir, thank you so much, and
थैंक यू मैम.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.